Yep. So good morning, guys.
Good morning, Shiva.
Good evening, Shiva.
Good morning, good evening. So whatever it is.
And good evening also.
Yep. Just give me a minute. Let me clear up my things. So any questions before the session starts?
Hello. Hi, Shiva.
Yeah, I
have
can
some
hear you.
I have some confusion. The connect Git repository connect with Jenkins.
Okay.
Yes. So you can
No, first let me tell me your confusion. You said confusion. What confusion? Then I can clarity you.
just like I'm checking that GitHub repository and Git repository. What do you mean by that?
Now, GitHub or GitHub, both anything like in perspective of the Jenkins, it takes both as the same. Git repository or GitHub repository, anything, it will take that as a remote repository only.
Okay.
Because for accessing the accessing this thing, right, it can't take it from your local.
Okay.
So it cannot be take it from your local. It has to take it from this thing only. Okay, so what's other confusion?
Just confusion. I am connected with the Git, but I am not able to connect.
No, why you what you're trying to do? That's tell me that.
Actually,
share a screen. Show me.
Right now my repository is closed. You can continue.
Okay.
I will check later.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we didn't make it up any setup. We only use the Git repository inside of the Jenkins job. Okay. So that is the only connection we establishing, and we're not created any other thing activity. So while you're doing the job itself, we gave we just gave that. Again, I'll show you thing.
Okay.
So for job, anyway, Prasanna has also asked me to recap. So you can click here from the new item. Here you can see this jobs, like types of jobs, different types of jobs. You can set it up anything. So I'm just creating Freestyle 2 here, Freestyle project. I'm just clicking OK here. So once I click here, like there are like plenty of options I have, but here
Git.
I'm not, yeah, here I have to select as a Git. Okay, it is asking repository URL.
Just like here the putting the repository, just like a Git repository, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Here you have to provide the repository. The cloned command, what are the command you took that repository, that what you have to provide here. Okay. Once you provide it here, it automatically take this. And if you have any credentials, if it is a private repository, something, you have to go pass the credentials, or else you can leave it that. And here branch repository, what are the branch you have? You have to give this thing. And then you have different types of build triggers you have, like build other projects, like a periodically, GitHub book trigger, SCM, poll SCM kind of things. And also you have some different build environments, delete the workspace after the before build, you can click this thing. Or else like if you're not required to delete the job, you can also do a terminate if job strike, something like a lot of options you have that we already discussed a lot. And here you can provide the build step as Windows patch command because I've installed this in Windows. So it is asking me command. So I'm just giving MVN clean install. Just give clean install. And if I have any post build actions, I can make it up, but I'm saving this thing. After saving here, I got it build now option.
Post build account means?
Post build, if you want to do any something like if you want to have a jar file need to be placed in somewhere, or if you want to send it in email configurations, those and all you can do. Like there are plenty of options they have. You can do even if you want to delete the workspace. So there's plenty of options you have. You can go through that.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, here you can see this job has been running. So if you click on this job, like see here, I'm freestyle 2 and then the job 1, I have console output here. In this console output, I can able to see like the logs of this. Okay, whatever it is happening, I can able to see this thing. Okay. Yeah, see this is this all clearing everything and it is, build has been happening. So completed build success. And yes, my job is completed. Once I came here in the back of this thing, it says here, you can see last build 1, 54 seconds ago, stable build 54 seconds ago, successful 54 seconds, last completed build with these things. Now here, if I go here, I have 2 jobs here, 1, 2. One has been failed, other one, this thing is good. Okay.
Got it.
Yeah. So let me see why it has been failed. Let me verify.
So now this is Spring Boot, I guess.
Yeah, the Spring Boot. So you have to go to there and you have to see that no found Spring Boot. Now you come back here.
Yes, sir, just like a Maven Spring Boot startup, just that command.
Yeah, but we tried on that day, right? And just
yes.
Even I can use MN clean package. I'm not required to do install as well. Okay, so first thing, like now I have 2 jobs. One is freestyle 1 and freestyle 2. Suppose I want to run freestyle job 2. Okay, I want to run freestyle job 2 when my freestyle job is success. So I'm just going on the build trigger. Here I have build other project here build. So now I'm in freestyle 2. I'm going on freestyle 1. So I want to run this job. I want to run this job only after it ran the freestyle. Okay, after freestyle completed only the job need to be triggered. That too if build is stable only. Like I've just selected the option build if build is trigger only, like stable only.
That means more than one job, then you can go to the add here the sequentially. Which job is first execute first and which job is execute second and third and fourth, right?
Same thing. Now we are going on this one of the option. So So this is what we're trying. Now I want to run this job only if A job is success. I'm running for this thing, a scenario. Now I have to run B job only if A job is success only.
Okay.
Okay. So same thing here on discuss. So now I just gave freestyle 1 project to watch. I'm just give freestyle 1. Now I'm in B job and configuring A job stable only. I want to run this job. Okay. Just clicking this thing. So if I go here, this is one I ran, right? Like just a few minutes back I've ran. If I go on console, see the output, it shows started by the user admin. So I logged the user as an admin. Here you can see this. And I started login user has been admin. So I'm as it says like a started by the user admin. Okay. Now I'm going on the freestyle 1, and I'm triggering the job build now. So now see freestyle job is going on here. You can see this thing.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so now it says all those things. And it see here, success before the success, it says triggering a new build of freestyle 2. It says triggering a new build of freestyle 2, but I didn't, so I asked it to watch like this thing. Now it says new build for the freestyle, new build has been created. If I go here, even my, so you can see my freestyle is running. That is the second entry. If I go to this job, now it is completed. If I go here, see here, second build run by the 714, I just click this thing. If I go to the console output here, can you see what it has now?
Yes, yes. It started but upstream project freestyle 1 first.
Yes, that too in build number 4.
Yes.
So previously what it has started by the user admin. Now how this job has been started, it says started by the upstream project, which is freestyle 1 with the build number 4. Now this is how it will say like who triggered the build. That is what it always show you, whether it is triggered by you or whether it triggered by the like dependency jobs or whether it triggered by the different thing, how like either scheduler. So that is all you can have here. That information you can have here. Okay. So this is one way you have to see upstream and downstream jobs. So now B is okay. If now I'll make you some changes here in this freestyle job A. I'm just going on the freestyle A here. So same like I go to this build triggers here, build step. I'll come here. Give me some command. You gave that. What is the command? MVN.
Ambient clean install.
No, not clean install, buddy. Okay. So now what I'm doing, I'm not going on the Windows bash commands. Okay. MN clean install we have to do, but use Spring Boot.
The Spring Boot run.
Okay.
No, it is not running.
Yeah, I want to fail this job.
Okay.
I want to fail this job because of, let me see if it is failed, whether my B job will be triggered or not. So now it is failed. So it says nothing. It not even go for the other job. Okay, it's not given. And it says a build execution command marked as a build failure and failure. That's it. Previous command, it says build triggering a new these things. Because this time it got failed, even if you see that freestyle not ran here. See, this is just last success 2 minutes back. If this is a completely successful only, then this will be ran. So that's how you have to mark a conditions. Okay.
Okay.
You good with the scenario? Any questions here in this scenario?
No, Shiva, can I give you a one Git repository URL for the running of a Spring Boot run command?
No, you can give me, no worries.
Okay, I will give you. Just a minute.
Sprint boot or Spring Boot?
A Spring Boot, basically.
Okay. Yeah, you can give me any command, no worries. And the command execution also.
Not a command, just basically project basically in Git repository URL.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you saw the one scenario. Any questions on that scenario?
Yes, Shiva. You can use this Git repository. FreeStyle 3.
Let me check what you have. Yeah, I'm going on here. Which repository it is?
Yes. Master.
Master or M capital or smaller?
A smaller, you can use it. Both of them.
Both are the same.
Yes.
Here it's not something.
You can use master. Dev, future dev, you can use it.
Which master? This M capital is fine?
Yes.
What is the command I have to use here? MVN?
Ambient, a Spring install, a Spring run, a Spring boot, run. Yes. Both, there are two commands. First command, you can use.
Ping me in the command.
Okay. A Spring.
So you're saying like a Maven clean install and Spring Boot run?
Yes. I want to execute two commands continuously.
You can practice. So whenever the plugin for the Spring Boot in the current project is not okay. You can run after when you have this thing. Okay.
Okay.
Let me know if you're facing any issues. Installation thing is the same, quite same. Like you also using this thing. So command, maybe you're just started running kind of command. So that's a different story. Again.
Okay.
If someone asks me what that is doing, I can't tell you. Okay, because I don't know that. So any questions here? Even like it's up to you. If you speak, if you have confusion, speak it out, or else be silent. I don't mind anything. Okay, good. I can take the silence as no questions. Now I'm going on the freestyle 2. Anyway, like yeah, I'm going in the freestyle 2 here. So here, what I'm saying, build after other projects are built. I'm just asking. So I just removed that. I said build periodically. I want to run this job for every 5 minutes. As I told, like I say 5 minutes. So it says here, if you run by the 720, again, it will run by the 725. That's what it says. Let me see. I just save here. And even if I put it in this saving is not, it won't trigger that. So once you have to run this job, then only it will actually trigger the job. Okay. So similar manner for Polysim is also like when you're giving that is not thing, like again, once there is a kind of thing is happened, then only it will do.
That means you can set up periodically the time, then the build is automatically run up, right? After 5 minutes.
Yes. Now, once the first time I have to run to set it to apply that batch configuration. So now after the batch configuration, it automatically runs on that.
Okay. Got it.
Shiva, if you want to give like multiple dependencies, like after build A and build B, then build C should run, then that should be comma separated, right? Like, I mean, build C should run only when A and B both get passed.
Yeah, now you have to go to the job C and you have to add that as a job B as a dependency. And again, you have to go to the job D. Yeah, if you want to have a multiple jobs, you can, if you want to trigger it, suppose you have a job B, you want to trigger it from either A or C, then you have to give comma and you have to give one more job.
Okay, like my requirement is like job C should only run when A and B get passed. So I have to make two different jobs. Like
A job and B job, both are, you mean to say both has been success? You mean to say?
Yes.
You can run. That's what I said. Like in their dependency job, you have to select two jobs and it would be separated by the comma.
Okay. And if it's a chaining kind of, if A, then B, then B, then C, then you have to create multiple jobs.
Yeah, you have to go to the B job, C job, and D job, and you have to make sure that the B job runs and the C job need to be done. C job only required to run after this. So you have to write all those things in B, C, D. Because once A job is completed, only B will automatically come. After B comes, like it when goes on that. Okay. So yep, now I ran it by the 722. Let me wait for that. I don't want to wait for that. Let it come on that. Okay. So it will take it up maybe another 3 minutes. It will take it up. So now I'm going again freestyle 1 here. In the freestyle 1 here, we have other option called Git. Okay, here, yeah. GitHub hook trigger, Git SCM polling. When I click this thing and just saying it does not have anything. It's not asking me anything here. But as I told, right, like now you provided the repository here to say in this job, if there is any push, if there are any events occurs on this specific Git repository, I want to trigger this job. There is some kind of triggering is happening on from the Jenkins code, like suppose pull request has happened or push request has happened. After that, immediately my job has to be run. Okay, it automatically need to trigger this job here in the Jenkins. How can I take that one? So for doing that one, first you have to set it up that repository, all those things, your job need to be configured. After your job has been configured, again, you're going on to the GitHub. So I'm just going on this thing. So here, when I go here, I have like, repository settings. I just went on my repository, what is Gamukat. In this repository, I went on, I gave settings here. In the settings, I have a concept called webhooks. Okay, in these webhooks, allow you external service to be notified or triggered when certain events happen. Okay, when certain events happen, this will be notified that yes, there is a change happened, this happened, there is some push event has happened, all those kind of things, like this external service to be notified when certain events happen. Okay, now we are going on that events and we're configuring on that events. But if you're coming here, if you see here, I already have this thing. So I already have this link. So you can see this is some kind of link here. Payload URL, I gave some kind of link here. Okay, I'm just copying this thing here. It is something kind of link here I just provided. Okay, and I'm just going back to the webhooks. Here it says like something. So anyway, I'm just deleted this thing. So now I have required to create a webhook. I just come here. And I have to give a payload URL. Payload URL mean to say like in a URL which is required to be have a port forwarding. Mean to say like now if I gave this Jenkins thing, you cannot open in your thing because it is installed in my local. It is not a kind of port forwarding services has been not set up this thing because you cannot open because this class has this installed as a service installer in my local actually. In my local. So now I can't share you like how can I make it up to trigger this job from the Git. So Git required a port for a kind of forwarded path. Mean to say I have to open that in a path in a web kind of thing. So if it has the kind of a web thing, then only it can be triggered a payload. It can be triggered through as a payload kind of thing. Now I have to generate a payload URL for that one. Okay, since this is localhost and I require to do a port forwarding for one of my Jenkins path to the GitHub. Okay, from the Jenkins path to GitHub, I have to create a payload. So that payload required to be as a internet facing kind of thing, not in a local host kind of thing. Okay, to say simply, your Jenkins path, right? Your Jenkins path or your Jenkins the token, whatever you have, that should be in an internet facing kind of things. Okay, so for that I have to create a payload URL. So, but now I don't have other option. Like what I have to do, there is a third-party tool called NGRocks. There is a third-party tool called NGRocks, which allow you to do a port forwarding and created a web link for you, or like kind of web-hosted URL for you. But just 2 hours, that is as open source. Since it is open source, it will allow you to getting your creating a port forwarding IP for you, like a kind of generated a web URL for you, just for the 2 hours sake. After that, again, it will go disappear. Again, you have to rise it that, and again, you have to rise that one. So that's the way you have to using this thing. Even this is the only suggested method from your Jenkins. Okay, some Jenkins and Git both are suggested. Same mechanism if you're going on your local host kind of thing. Okay, so I'm going on this third-party tool. Like, let me show you what the tool. Just click on NGRock download. Here you have NGRock is online one line something. Can able to see it, right?
Yes, yes.
NGRock is simplified API first ingress as a service. Ingress as a service that adds connectivity, security, observability to apps in one line. Okay, but I'm not going on this thing. Like I'm just going on the download here. In this download, so here I have different types of downloads. Either I can do it for the Mac OS, I can do it for the Windows, I can do the Linux, all those things. So I just downloaded the zip file from here. You can see here, that is 34-bit, and I can download these things. Okay. So after downloading, it created you a kind of a zip file. So it created you in a zip file. This zip file contains a simple .exe file. So it contains a simple .exe file. Okay. So I'm not going to install that one. I can utilize that as a binary thing as well. Okay, I can install that as binary thing as well. I can install that as a binary thing as well. So now what I have to do here, now I just extracted that into the C drive. Okay, just see here. I've already extracted that into the C drive. As you can see here, NGRock. Okay, so this is why this is what it will be. This is the exe which I created for this thing. Okay, now what I have to do, I have to copy the path here. What are the path here I have? This path like NGRock path, like if I'm placing it in somewhere, like I have to create the path. I have to add this path into the environmental variable setup. Okay, and the environmental variable setup, I have to add that path. Okay, so once I've added that path, automatically NGRock has been set up. You're not required to install into anything into your local. You can directly do that actually.
It's a exe file, right?
Yeah, it's the exe file, but you're not going to, like what I can see, you're not going to do that actually.
Only copy and paste here, right?
Yeah, copy and paste here, and you have to add environmental variable.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so after that, either you can utilize a command line tool from here. Just a very command line tool here, and I just use NGRock. I'm just using -version. I'm making sure that has been okay. It's -, sorry.
Yes, 3.1.0.
So it is 3.1.1.0. This is the latest version I have. Now what I have to do, like Jenkins, I'm using default port as 80881. Okay, so this is a port I'm using for my job as 8081. Now this is a port required to have port forwarding for this request. Okay, so now what I have to do, I have to go here, the same command line tool where I have to go here, same ngrok, HTTP. And what is your port? I have to run on 8081. I'm running on 8081. Just enter. So here session status upgraded, update available, like let it be. See here like a session expires on every for the 2 hours. And port forwarding for the web interface, it created this this path for me. That is also localhost 8081 for the this localhost path now as a web forwarding path here. Okay, now I'm taking this thing.
In case Siva, in case of my project, is it hosting on the just like any web host?
You have to connect with your firewall team and ask them to open a port forwarding for your Jenkins,
Okay.
Jenkins to your GitHub.
Okay, okay.
So this is the path. Anyway, it's not saved. So this is a path which I have, but this concept is the same. Like this is the what you have here. This is the same for everything. Even whatever the path you have or whatever you have, this particular path, GitHub, GitHub and webhook, this as you have to add here. Okay, you have to add this thing, and you have to now you have to copy this entire line. Copy this entire line. Go to the GitHub. Instead of payload URL, you're providing this thing. You're providing this thing. Okay, and content type I'm just giving as application JSON format, and I don't have any secrets, and just enable SSL verification, so that is fine. And here it says which event would you like to trigger this webhook, on what cases you want to run your job, to say like this thing, on what cases you want to run your job. So now let me select an individual event here. I just went on click on here on this individual event. Here batch or tag deletion, branch or tag creation, anything, whatever you have here, it says a lot of things here. So I just use pushes and pull request review, a few things. I just saved here. Active, we will deliver the ETL once webhook triggered. So initially it will work here. It will say like it will verify whether that webhook has been working fine or not. You can see that recent deliveries, it required to be, yeah. Now it says it has been success. And also you can here you can come into the ngrok, you can see that is 200. Okay, if you gave other than the 200, it is if it is give any other like 403 or 300, any other mean to say your webhook trigger was not successful. You have to remember your webhook connection was not successful. You have to make sure that you see here post GitHub webhook, that is the one we gave post, and it says 200 connected. Okay, now I'm ready with this thing. If I do any changes from this repository, now automatically my job will be triggered. Let me show you this thing. I'm just going on here in the pom.xml. So I'm just going on this pom.xml here. I'm just clicking this edit this file. And the packaging, I just changing it to the var. I just changed this thing and I committed the changes. I committed the changes. If I see here in this settings, right? If I go to the webhook here, see? So this is a happen push request, okay? And here I can also see that ngrok, yes, it gave me one more 200, okay. Now if I go here, if I go to the freestyle job,
So Shiva, the webhook URL remain permanent. Like once we set up, it won't change, right? Or any condition that it can change.
No, it won't gonna change anything.
This is a one-time activity to set up the
one time, yes. Okay, and which way we give? We gave in freestyle 2 or in freestyle 1? So this is ran at the 736 before job itself ran, we went on. So I can see the console output. What it given?
Just like I started GitHub post by this one system.
That is my user ID.
Yes, yes.
So I think I didn't change this, the configuration I didn't change. I'll go to the configuration.
Yes, yes.
So I can run the other job now. If I see the freestyle 2, it went on the 6 times. Okay, let me see what it has. So it went on the 6 times. Okay, so if you see here, it is 725, 730, 735. You can see that 3 jobs has been ran within the 5 minutes time. And if I see the 6th one, and if I see the console output here, let's see what it says.
Timer is a periodically configuration setting.
Yes, because of it is a created as a like a batch job. It is started by the timer. So previously for others, what it shows, it is created by the upstream job one time. It created the timer one time. It created by the GitHub push events. You can see. So based on your trigger, it shows how it started this job. Okay, inside of like whatever you have inside of that, it is a common thing, like it will run whatever you gave in that. Okay, but here now you're seeing how you're triggering this job, how you are triggering this job is matters now. Good with this thing?
Yes.
So like this, you're adding more these things, like more triggering things, like but you know which one we have to use in the real time. How can I make sure like which one I have to use? Like if they're asking an interview question, hey, what kind of triggers you're using, then what I have to tell you, what I have to answer in interview. To say what they ask it.
It should be periodically, and even like depending upon the business need, like for every push or whenever the build get deployed.
Yeah, like it's based on your requirement to say, like suppose if the client want to say, hey, I have these jobs. So client is giving you like, this is the requirement. So now based on the client requirement, you have to set it up your triggering things.
Yes.
Say client want to say like, hey, Shiva, I want this job run it to be on every day. Can you make it up things? Yes, I can make the things. Like you now say, no, I don't want to do any manual intervention. If something has been happened, change here in the Git repository, this required to be taken. That is also, I can make the things as like that. So now, or else if I want to make it up kind of upstream, downstream jobs, or if I'm waiting kind of, usually if you saw it, right, like data oriented projects. So suppose some projects require to get the data. So once the data once there is a batch of, it will run for every 5 minutes. Once the job is been get the data, it process the data and it trigger the remaining jobs. So like that, you can, based on what scenario you have, you can create these things. So you can tell like in an interview, you can tell like based on whatever, make it up a kind of statement in your mind, say like, okay, I'm using this thing and all, and tell the same thing to him in a confident way. So any questions here?
No, Shiva.
I hope you guys all are like able to understand.
I am not. I missed last 2 class. It's okay. I'll make up. If I have in doubt, I'll post in that group.
Thank you, sir. Now this is a way you can create a number of things like multiple jobs, but these are all freestyle. Whatever it is, whatever it is, these are like at the end of the day, it is a freestyle. So we're not required to use the freestyle much. Why we require a freestyle? It's simple doing one activity for me, like it's just creating the build for me. Am I required to use the build? So maybe you're not sure. If there is a requirement comes, you have to use. But what is the usual use cases is pipelines. Jenkins is very famous for pipelines. What is this mean by the pipelines? What is mean by the pipelines? So suppose I want to, like in the normal, very generic statement. So suppose I want to create a pipeline like from Hyderabad to Pune. Okay, how can I do that one? It is a kind of 300 to 400 kilometers pipeline I have to generate. How can I generate that? So by connecting multiple pipes, I won't get a single pipe with that much length, right? So now what I have to do, I have to connect like, maybe that distance is covering like around 400 pipes or 500 pipes I have to add. And those 500 pipes, I have to connect each one by one. And I have to make that bigger pipeline. Here also, like you won't have that much stages. You won't have that much a single task you're gonna do. Okay, if that is a single task, you're gonna perform it from your build. If it is a build related thing, you can use a freestyle. But now what we are doing, similar way, how we are connecting multiple pipes there. Here we are connecting multiple stages. What you're going to write in the stages, that we're going to see on that. So now what you have to understand, how I'm creating a pipeline by connecting multiple pipes. Here also I'm like creating a pipeline with the multiple stages. So I have to have more than one stage for creating of these things. So each stage will have like it will derive or define a functionality. Suppose in one stage I have to use git checkout, or I have to get the git code or something. In the other stage I have to do the build kind of thing. Like now it is that simple thing. And after that, after the build has been completed, I have to go for other activities. So like I have to go for the SonarQube. Then that's the one build. And next I have to go for the Docker. That is also one stage. And I have to go for the Ansible. That is also one stage. And later I have to go with the Kubernetes after that one stage. Or I'm going on the EKS from the AWS side. That is one stage. So like this, each stage you can derive in a functionality, and you can write a multiple stages on that one. Can write multiple stages on that one. So that is where you're going to create multiple stages as a pipeline. Okay, as a pipeline. So let me see what you have. Let me try to create, and it will give us something. Okay, I'm just using pipeline_1 as a job. Here I have a pipeline thing. Here I can see this pipeline. I'm selecting OK. So here also general option is the same. Discard old builds, we saw that, do not allow pipeline to resume if the controller restarts. If something is happening on the controller side, you want me to restart all the jobs, you can select that. Or do not allow concurrent jobs. You're not going to allow these things. Pipeline speed and durability, like how pipeline need to be run, like pipeline need to be run on overspeeded and like it is an efficiency mode, a power saving kind of things, like how you have those things, right? You can see these things that you can select here. And maximum durability, but the slowest, previously only option. Less durability, a bit faster. Performance optimized, much faster. You can have options 3. Based on this thing, your pipeline runs things like can be easy. Okay. So preserve stashes from the complete build. If you have any complete builds, if you have any stashes left over for that, any kind of save points you have to add, all those things you can save here. This project is parameterized. I'll show you like now after this thing, like I'll show you like how it will be taken, that parameters thing. And same throttle build, like if you want to have like some certain space between build to build, that time build one job has been triggered. Now next job, when I trigger the next job, it has wait for some time in the build queue and it has to go. That option I can select here. And it says some numerical builds. I can say like 5 seconds. It wait for the 5 seconds. If I say if I give minutes here, it will take 5 minutes from one job to other. If I click here in this build now, it will be there in the queue for the certain time, and then the build starts. Just for sake of environment, like what I can see, efficiency uses of environment. And build triggers are quite common periodically. GitHub, it is also same whatever we discussed. After other jobs build, these are all the kind of same thing. And Polesium here is the quiet period. Like previously it was in general option. Here it is in quiet period. Okay, so how many number of jobs, like how much of number of seconds you have to wait for one job to other job. You can see here, click this thing. And this option is non-zero. Newly triggered build this project will add it to the queue, but Jenkins will wait for the specified period of time for actual starting of the job. So that is you have to write here in the quiet period. And if you go to the same thing in the throttle builds, you can see here as well. It says a minimum time between builds based on the desired maximum rate. Okay, so if you want to run like a certain times job, like suppose you have to run 6 times, or you want to like how much gap you have to give it to the one bill to other bills. So these kind of options, we already saw these things. Okay, and here some advanced options is the one of the other option, like general, all of those are all general, very general options. Here I can see go to the advanced options. When I click here, it's a display name. Other than it's not giving anything to me, a simple display name. Okay. Next here, that this is the third option it gave, pipeline. Okay, in the pipeline, it says a definition, a pipeline script, or I can see here a pipeline script from SCM. Pipeline script mean to say it is asking you to write script here. If it is a pipeline script from the SCM, it is ask you like SCM details. So now you have your SCM details here. You have to provide your SCM details. So suppose if this is my Git. I gave the Git and I gave this Gamocart thing. I just copied here. So I know like a repository, I just gave the repository. Here I have option as main. I gave. But one last again, it's saying script path. What is this, the script path? Again, the previously is also asking me some script. Here also it is asking some script path where I have to go. What script I have to get? So there is a require, like you see, it's not, you told it is a stages where I have an option to choose the stages. It's not giving me any option from the GUI. It's not given me like, okay, you write this stage, you write that stage, and this has to do that thing. It's not given me anything. It is simply asking me script. Yes. Now pipeline things you have to write in the format of script only. It cannot do like you cannot write that as a kind of this thing. It is purely written inside as a scripted base only. You're required to write this thing. It's a script only, and the script required to have your all the stages, whatever the like your logic behind or like whatever your activities, everything is required to written in your script only. That script name called Jenkins file. That's a single string, not a two different. It's a Jenkins space file, not something like that. It is a Jenkins file that I'm going on here. Let me write. It is a Jenkins file. This Jenkins file usually it is in Groovy script. So we don't know about Groovy script, so we are going just like it is a fixed format. Mean to say like yes, this has to be here. It has to come here, this place. This has to go in this place. Like this, it will have a fixed format. So that fixed format we're going to do by heart. We're not since we don't know like Groovy script kind of programming language. We're going to see the. We're trying to understand the syntax, and we are memorizing the syntax. Okay. Any question?
Shiva, like for this Jenkins file, will it be something like in organizational scenario? Will it be provided, or is it our duty to prepare that based on the pipeline? Or
this is the 200 ki 300% हमारा like our what do you call our requirement only.
it's
this
our
is,
duty to prepare this.
This is yeah, to do this only they hire us.
Okay.
To do this only they're hiring us.
Hello.
Yes.
Can you just give a brief idea, like in banks, like what is how related is Jenkins and these pipelines things? So it will be actually easier. Means how
This
they
is the
are
one of the
related
future.
with-
Yeah, the pipeline is one of the future in Jenkins, sir.
Okay. Means through this pipeline we have to access the Jenkins things.
No. This is the one kind of just give me a minute, sir. Okay. So pipeline is one of the future which is Jenkins providing us. Okay. Suppose like what I can see. Okay, like a touch phone, one of the future, like you have a camera and like, you have a screen with the touches and you have like a kind of audio services, like how you have video service. You can record an audio or you can record a video. How you have like phone is been providing you some services, right? A similar manner,
Okay.
Jenkins is another application. It's providing you one of the services as a pipeline. That is one of the
Okay.
job inside of your Jenkins, sir.
So you are saying that means features. What are the features with the mobile phone? That is a Jenkins, and that mobile phone itself is a pipeline or what?
No, sir, you're reversing it. Jenkins itself as a
Okay.
mobile, and the
Okay.
future says like how you saw that pipeline is one of the future.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Shiva, is only Groovy script is used in pipeline making, or
Yes,
Bash
that's
scripting or Python?
no. You can write it up the things, but it's purely like Groovy script.
Okay. Okay. So how can we learn these things?
No, we're not required to learn. I'm gonna give you like how the syntaxes you have to write. Syntax is very easy to. You have to put it in mind. That's it only, buddy. Like, or else, if you want to if you want to learn a Groovy script, that's just the very good thing. But there is no use for us to write a Groovy script. Again, you're going back to as a developers.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it will be good if you can provide some
No,
reference. We can.
no, it's not. It's a timeless for us.
Okay.
I won't suggest that as my personal. If you ask me, I won't suggest, because again, if you say like if you say that Groovy script, they'll ask you to write a program.
Yes.
That's what we're doing now, and we are upgrading our career to the DevOps. Why again you want to go back to the developers?
Okay. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Shiva, in build trigger, can we check two option over there, two checkbox, like
100%,
what? Okay. Simultaneously 2 to 3, na?
You can check any number of things. It takes. See here, I'm taking this thing. I'm taking this thing. It's allowing me to do.
Yes. Yes. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so here also they gave some pipeline syntaxes, but anyway, I'll tell you in easy. So I'll go with my easy method. Okay, so you have to by heart that. There is no other option for that. So you have to remember, or you have to memorize, or you have to by heart, or you can do whatever. Or if you wish to say, no, I don't want to by heart, why I have to by heart? You can learn Groovy script. No one is stopping you. Okay, so it is very, very simple format. This, whatever we are running the Jenkins, now we call it as a declarative method. We call it as declarative pipeline structure. Why we call it as declarative mean to say, what is meant by the declarative? Like a declarative is the kind of process. Anyone has anyone knows like what is a declarative thing?
In declaration, we generally tell the type of the data generally.
You tell the input and you write everything in terms of an output manner. You say, I am giving this you, what you're going to give it to me. That's how you have to give. Like you're not required to provide each and every statement, what it has to go, all those things. You have to provide like what is the data you have, or what is the kind of this thing. So you always provide the data irrespective of with respect to of your output. So you have to provide the data with respect to of your output. Then that is what you call in the declarative process. Not only here, it's the same, like it's a very generic process actually. Okay, declarative statements or declarations. What you're giving declaration, yes, this is my data, and you're confirming, yeah, this is the data you gonna. So why you giving it some kind of declarations even in colleges or even in offices, you have to provide some declarations kind of thing. So why you do that? Based on your output, based on suppose, okay, buddy, this is my data. You're going to update my data into your bank account. So now you have to provide a declaration. Say, this is my data, and you have to sign that one. A similar manner, it's a very generic statement to say. Here also these guys call it as a declarative pipeline structure. So mean to say, what you're not provided to 100%, not provide to all the details. You have to provide what output you want to have. Just provide that details. That will be remaining things will be taken care by the system. That's what you call it as a declarative manners. Okay. So now it is very, very straightforward and very, very simple to understand the Jenkins file. They definitely ask you an interview question. How can you write a simple Jenkins file syntax? Remember, they're 100% asking interviews how to write a Jenkins file syntax. I'm damn sure on that one. So the first thing, it comes as a pipeline and curly bracket. People call it as a flower bucket, or like people call it as some different names. So it has to be started like when you write pipeline and one space and you open the curly bracket, and closed bracket should be always pointed to the where that particular block has been started. Suppose if my block started here on this line, and it has to be ended from there only. It's not something like, okay, you can write like this. It's not something like that. It has to be start of that particular block where that particular block started. Okay, have to be here, and this always should be in a curly brackets only. Curly brackets, flower brackets, whatever you call, it should be within that thing only. Okay. And now here you're going to write an agent kind of details. So as I told, we're not discussing anything on the agent as of now. So just mark this agent any is what we are providing here. Okay. After the agent, you're going to write entire your details. Like inside of now, you're going to write entire details. So now what you have stages, 2 spaces, stages. Inside of the stages, again here, see stages. You have to open and you have to close. Inside of the stages, you have a stage. Inside of the stages, you have a stage. So say like 2 spaces again, stage 1, I can say like I can provide some name to this. So suppose if I want to have a build, again, right? Same curly bracket open, curly bracket close.
You are closing the curly bracket on the same line, okay, right?
Yes. See here,
Oh,
from this thing, I close here.
yeah, okay, got it.
This is my stage 1. If I require to write a stage 2, I can write this is a stage 1. You can't say stage 1, you can say build, or you can say you can write like as a 1. You can write like anything in that. You can writing a name. Next stage is also you can write it up in the this thing because it's you can write like this. Inside of the stage, you have steps. Again, you have step. So here you're mentioning what kind of step it is. So what you want to write over there, what details you want to have right over there, that details you're going to mention here. Suppose you're running like a MVN clean install. You can write like this. You can write like this thing. Or it is a Windows-based environment. You can write Windows bash commands. So you can provide like this thing, or else suppose you like in a previously while we're discussing that he told like you have 2 different commands. So I have to have again MVN Spring Boot run. There's also one of the command. So instead of writing 2 commands, instead of writing 2 like things, you can write like these things in a kind of scripted block as well. You can say again 2 spaces script, and you can again Either you can close like, you can write like this thing. If you don't want a script, you don't want to write multiple instructions, you can simply pass one instruction that you can directly give. It's a shell scripting or bash scripting, or it's a Windows bash commands, whatever you're writing, you have to provide what kind of liner that, and you have to write. I'm just removing the stage 2. So this is how you have to write. So this is the steps block has been script block. Yes. So this is the way. This is the way you have to write your these things. So even now, instead of this is only one stage, like this, you can write multiple stages. You can write multiple stages. You can take one Git checkout, or you can take like one for the Maven build, or one for, you can go with the Docker, one you go for the SonarQube, one you go with the some other tool, one you go with a different tool, one you go with the testing tool. You can write it up like, you know, multiple stages. Whatever the stages you want to have, you can write like your stages here. You can write your stages here. Anything you want to have, you can write up in terms of the stages here.
BAT
Okay.
is a syntax. What we are using before script. BAT ambient.
Yeah, this is a script actually.
Script.
This is, we call it as a script block.
Yeah, I understand. But before this, you have written that BAT within the code.
Yeah,
base.
that directly, if you have a multiple commands, so let me write that here is one more stage for you.
Yeah, hello.
You're not required to write this script block. If you have like more number of lines, is very less number of lines.
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
It's for Linux, right? And for Windows, for BAT. Using BAT,
for the
right?
Windows, it's a BAT is. So Windows, it's a BAT. Okay.
Okay.
So we will go on agent thing. We are not yet discussed. We will go on agent. Like here, you can write a when condition as well. To say like here, right? You can write a when condition, like when the stage required or when the steps required to have. Like you can write all those kind of details. And also there is, you can write it up always as well. Okay, there is, you can write like always as also, and you can write it up like there are plenty of like these things. But at the end of the thing, like at the end of the stages, after end of the stages, you can write a kind of called, where is this? This is a stage, right? Yeah, this is a thing. Yeah. So here you can write a kind of a statement post. Post means to say post, like we saw post build activity. Similarly, here also you can say like a post as one kind of this thing. And again, it is always required to be closed. Here you can write always. Here write on success, on failure. You can write any of the thing there. You can write any of the thing as a post. So suppose this job got failed. Okay, this job, something is been failed here. You want to send it an email, or you want to write something. You want to give some kind of information. If you have like a lot of availability options here. You can write always. You can write a simple job completed, data will be received, data received, or something you can write it up. So this will be triggered automatically at the post of all your stages has been completed. So it's kind of a postable activity. Whatever you have a postable activity, yeah, this is usually we use sending an emails or like whatever you have over there. Like if it's a failure or like kind of a stating this thing, you're writing that as a always post kind of thing, where there's a post for your these things.
Siva, if required, sending a mail after completion the build is success.
You
Then
can write
how
here.
SH and any configuration of mail, or just like a write
You
the
have
mail
to
is
write.
sending.
You have to write a complete mail thing. How you want to send a mail. you require to have a proper that thing, like what you see, like you have to take email extension is one of the thing, or you can use the mail service as well. You have to write like, kind of a proper, what are the parameters required for the email that you have to write in here.
Under the double quote, right?
Yeah, you have to write like, what I can see. Here you have to write like a kind of that particular functionality, buddy. Okay.
MailX can work, I guess.
You can write mail, or you can use email extension, anything, whatever you want to have. Suppose you want to send it as instead of always, like, okay, I'm writing one more this thing, just so usually don't we have 2 posts, but for reference, I'm writing like one for you. Okay. We won't have multiple posts, but only like, to give you like multiple things, I'm just writing. So you want to have only success, and you can write here. Here on the success you can write, but here on email extension, that is suppose email extension, I shown it in your configure system. Okay, I shown you like in your configuration system. I want to have here, I don't want to this particular statement executed. Here I have email ext. Okay, you can write this thing, and here you can write subject. Subject, you can say successful. You can write subject, and next you can write body. Dear fellows, I don't want to tell you what is subject, what is a body, something. Okay, subject, body. Next you can say recipients. RECIPIENTs, recipients. And you can now provide like a developers, or like you can provide their email address, whatever you want, you can write it up, these things. Okay, this is how we can provide email extensions. Now, if you want to say failure, you can say fail, or you want to have always, you can have always, like this thing, right? You can send it up. Like once this is ended, you're going to write again here as a extension. This is one of the functionality, you write it for the external ext. But usually we have only one post. You won't have 2, 3 posts. But if you inside of the post, you can write multiple things. Either you can write always, you can write success, you can write failure, all those things you can write. But inside of the there's only one post. Okay, remember that. Or you can make it up like things. Okay, you can write the things like this thing. This is always, it will printed whether it is job success or not. And also this is also will be printed when success. And if you have any failure, you can pass like this thing, that way you can pass. But syntax is quite common for whatever you have to write a syntax.
Can you give an example? What should we write on that stage 1? In place of stage 1, what should we write in real time?
Checkout, build, build, Sonar Cube, scanning, or you can say like if you have a code scanner, you're doing like code scanning, code building, or unit testing. You can write multiple stages like that. Okay, like this you can write. So our main intention is pipeline and writing agent details, stages, stage with the stage name, step. Instead of the step, we are writing this thing and we are closing. This is what you have to understand. Very, very, very simple and clean, but to understand this much. Instead of that, in the step, you're writing this either script block is optional. You're not required to write this is mandatory. But here, steps until the pipeline. Let me write to it very easy to you. Yeah, like for SMTP, if you've done SMTP configuration in email extension notification thing in your configure system, you will receive that, or else you won't get that when SMTP configuration. Okay, see, suppose very simple pipeline. Remember this syntax. Okay. So these are the activities you have to remember. In the stage, you have to write the steps. Okay. Remember, this is the pipeline syntax. Whatever your logic, you write it up here. Everything you're writing inside of these things.
Post.
That is also optional. It's not required to write a mandatory. Yes, madam. So what is the question?
Yeah. On success, actually I'm confusing. Like on success, you have written email ext extension. It is actually a syntax, or you are just giving an example for us?
This is email extension, the plugin, this plugin we added and I'm shown you in a configure system as well, madam.
Okay.
This is one of the plugin, like while you're doing, let me show you. This is but.
Shiva, suppose I understood that thing, but if I want to send that mail to thousands of people, so instead of writing their email ID to thousands of times, can I take that data into an Excel sheet and?
You can't send it as a file, madam. Either you can utilize a DL as well. So this is the email extension plugin, and this is a mailer plugin. Both are the same. I already gave you a detail on that, like what is the differences. This is the email extension plugin. You write it up. Once you have these things, you have to do an SMTP configuration here and your configure system. That's also shown you on the day. You can't send it like email lists as a file. Either you have to add as an email here, or you can add a DL like where your 1,000 users has been into it, like distribution list.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay. Got it. Okay, thank you. Clear it.
Yeah, it is anyway, it's restarted is happening. Here you can see this email extension kind of documentation. See, they provided you email extension, body, recipient, subject to, or they also gave you a kind of a lot of email, a lot of syntaxes they gave you for this thing, pipeline steps you can add. Okay. So this is one of the plugin where you are getting it from your these things. Why this is so much slow to this sentence? Anyway, yep. So if you go to the bottom of that, you're required to do SMTP configuration is here. Yeah, a little bit go up. Yeah. This is your extended email notification. This is what you're writing. Here you're writing server details, SMTP port details. I showed you on the day itself, I think. Here you can see, suppose if you're getting in for Outlook, right?
So if you're writing our code in Ruby to send an email, then no need to configure that in the Git, right? Sorry, in the Jenkins, right?
No, here you're writing the SMTP details. Mean to say, like, you're not required to provide your details here. See, simple thing. If I want to send it an email, this job only for certain people, this job only for the certain people. How I have to do that? I have to write it up inside of my pipeline script, and I have to write it up these things. Okay.
Or like, so like in Jenkins, we have option like post build, send an email or in notification. So we
That's
can pick it over there also, and also
the
in our,
post build activity is only for the pipeline, sir. Like that is not for the pipeline. That is for this job.
okay.
You seeing it as a very generic statement. It's not. It's only for one particular Jenkins state for one particular pre-sale job. You went on the post build activity. It's not for your entire for the Jenkins, right?
No.
Then
I got a bit confused. Like post build activity, what we are doing in the pipeline, we need to do through this our
sir,
code.
post build activity. Where it is in post build activity, sir?
Job level.
So job level mean which job? It is a freestyle. We have a pipeline. We have multiple jobs.
Yes, like I mean, half an hour before we see for freestyle, like post build.
Okay.
So there
So
we configure.
when you run that job, then whatever you have there, it's possible it will be run for in that job. That is done. Why are you mixing that freestyle and into pipelines?
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, somebody got confused over there, so that's the reason I answered.
I see you. I don't think so. Confusion. See, you seeing the things are okay. I have a post build activity, so that will be entire for the entire Jenkins.
Correct.
Not that. That's not correct, sir.
Yeah, I'm wrong. I mean, that's what I
that's it. Overthinking. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's very simple. That's the reason I told it like, even if I skip that post job, it won't harm you anything. Okay, but why I told you, because this is the one thing we usually do that in our activities. Don't look for the flaw, look for the functionality. Try to understand the functionality, then you will understand. There we have a post build activity, one of the email extension we are sending. Here also we have in the pipeline also we are writing that as a kind of a post action. You can send an email. Or also you have like here in email extension configuration, you have a kind of a plugin. In this plugin, you're writing like while writing that you have to write SMTP configuration. Okay, that is make clear, right? In configure system, we're adding SMTP details. In the freestyle, one of the job as freestyle, we are writing as a post build activity. Okay, in the pipeline, we are writing that as a post. But post build activity, post functionality is the same. You're sending an email notification. Both are same, but that is one type of job, and this is one type of job. Is it clear to you?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So here you have like a configuration details, either you can have a SMTP details, anything like you have like a, kind of a list of ID, bulk processors, bulk email headers, default recipients, or a reply to list. If you have any such kind of things, you have to provide all these details comes for your SMTP configuration perspective. And when comes to whatever you're writing inside of your Jenkins file, which is nothing but for your pipelines, you're writing as a post section where you're going to send what details, what subject you want to send, what body you want to send, whether it is a fail or what job name you want to send, or you want to add any of the details, you can add and you can send it that. That's very clear and very crispy. Okay. So that is how you can create your pipeline, writing your pipeline syntax are nothing but what we call it as Jenkins file. What we call it is Jenkins file. Remember that our one of the major activity writing the Jenkins file. So very, very, very important topic. Okay, you do that. Topic mean to say it's kind of not bigger or like a Titan kind of thing, but it's our day-to-day activity. Okay, it is our day-to-day activity. You have to remember that. Again, I'm going on my dashboard. Here, pipeline, I was in mid of the pipeline. I'm going here. And again, I'm going on the configuration here. Here I have to provide my these things, pipeline and pipeline script from SCM. Now I have to provide SCM. What is the SCM I have to use? Here I have repository URLs. In this repository URL, I'm going to provide my repository, but I'm not providing you GamoCart. Here I have like one more this thing. That's GamoCart pipeline. Okay. This GamoCart pipeline, here I have a Jenkins file here. The same thing, whatever I told, right? Like here I have a same thing, but here I have a step as a build, ambient clean install, but like a stage 3, stage 4, I write it up a simple things called like, BAT stage 3 completed, stage 4 completed, a simple for you to show multiple stages, stage 6, that's it. Like, you write like this, you're writing multiple. Groovy script is a case sensitive, madam. Even it won't allow you any upper cases. It's 99% you have to write everything in the lower cases only. Everything you have to write it in lower cases. Okay. So this is what I had: pipeline, agent, stages, stage. So here I just gave multiple stages here, and I'm taking this as my source code here. Okay. I'm taking the source code. I'm going on copying this thing. I'm going to this configuration pipeline. I'm providing this repository here, and the repository also I'm taking it as main. I'm providing as main repository browser. Here I'm saying source path as Jenkins file. I'm just saving this thing. I just saved that. Okay, now I don't have anything here. It says no jobs has been there. Just let me build now. And once job has been started, I'm going on here. See the console output. It's going on, it's going on. So it printed stage 3 completed, stage 4 completed, stage 5 completed kind of thing. So job success, let me go here. So if I see here, I have different stages here. You can see that I have a different stages here. So once like, it scanned the pipeline, it scanned the like what are the pipeline script you have, and it will, come here as the stages here. Build stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, a kind of these things. Let me run now. You can see more visualization. I just created build one more time now. So stage 2 has been here, and it is the progress you can see here, and which stage it has, and each stage logs also you can see here. So how many seconds it has, like how many seconds it took for running the job, running the stage. Suppose if the one stage has been failed, then entire you have entire thing. You have entire pipeline will be failed. That's a common phenomena. You want to say like, no, I don't want to fail the entire job. You won't have like a, you have some option for that one, what you call it as a try catch block. That is one of the key use case. Or like again, any one of the stages been failed, entire your Jenkins will be failed. You have an option to run from Jenkins from the stage, from the specific build also. You don't want to run entire job from all the stages. You can make it up things like, okay, I want to run from the stage 3, I want to run from the stage 4. You can mark that as like that also. These are the feasibility options you have here. See, your job has been completed, that you can see here these things. If one stage also failed, you can see that particular stage also failed. But seeing this more view better way, you have, there is a plugin called what's that plugin? Blue Ocean, yes. There is a plugin called Blue Ocean. Yeah, this is a plugin. Use this plugin. This plugin will see even more better UI. There are a lot of files, but you have to, what is the name you want to have? Like, what is the name I told to you there? In the repo, you have multiple things. Even in though multiple things, what I told you have to take? Jenkins file. You have to take a Jenkins file only. I just gave one more it as a rename. You can change like for, because of this is for Docker specification thing, I gave this thing. So you can use anything, but you have to name, you have to give it as a Jenkins file only. Jenkins file you have to give, it's a Jenkins file name only. Okay, does it make sense, sir?
Okay, Siva, deploy.sh. What kind of file is here?
That is for my code, not to.
It's not required for this project, right?
No, it has, no?
It is required.
That is for the coding, sir. That
Okay.
is for not to this thing. That is for my project, for my source, right? My GAMUCAT source, I require that deploy.sh.
Okay.
Sir, can you show us any pipeline that if stage 1 fail, it will trigger stage 2? Can you show us something like that?
It has to write like you have to go with like no use cases, multiple use cases over there. I'll give you try that, okay? Instead of I'm showing like no, that's what I'll give you some scenarios. You practice well on that one. So we take a note on that. Use case 1. Just consider you write like no just a echo statement at least. Try to write like a 10 stages, like you can write echo stage 1 to say something like that, and say I want to like I want to run stage 4 when I want to run when stage 4 completed only I have to go for the stage 5, or else it has to go for the skipping that. If stage 5 there is some kind of logic in the state 5, okay, after the stage 5 properly executed only I have to go for the stage 6.
Okay,
that is one use case that you can again I'm giving you hint, you can use when command, or else suppose like if my country equal to, I write a stage 3, I write it up a kind of things like a stage 3 equal to for India, stage 4 for equal to USA, stage 5 equal to like Japan, kind of like I gave some kind of conditions. When India equal to, when stage, when suppose when what are the input I gave that is equal to stage that is equal to India, then that particular stage will executed. I don't want remaining stages executed. Okay, like this you can write, or you can write it up like all these things you can write, but you can also configure your these things, but Gmail won't work here. Okay, Gmail won't work here. I have to remember that. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, might be by this time my Blue Ocean need to be might be executed.
So Shiva, in a Groovy script, in thought we can use the conditional statement like others languages, but it's having proper format. We have to learn that syntax.
You're not going to write. That's what I tell, madam. So it is a fixed format conditional statements you can write, but you can write it up here. It's a very simple thing. Like you can write up here, after the stage, you can write it up here, a kind of when statement here, a simple when. When suppose if I take environmental variable as country equal to India, then only this stage will run. That's a simple line of statement.
But India should be a label for some stage, na?
Why it is why required to have a label for that one? You can take that as any parameter. Like either you can in the previous statement also, you can previous stage also you can print that one. You can take that as an environmental variable, or you can use like a parameter as a parameter. Parameter is also you can utilize, and you can take it that is also you can take it up.
But sir, where to set a parameter in like code level or like
anything? Either you can define here, right? You can define that as so. Def country equal to India. Done. That is also a variable.
So true, like country equal to India, but how it will identify that the block should trigger when the country is India is there?
That's what I told. That's what I asked you to write, buddy. That's what I asked you to learn.
Okay.
You have a when condition for your Jenkins pipeline. Madam, don't think about too much on the Groovy script, madam. Okay. You're not writing much things. If you want to go Groovy script, happy you can learn. Let me show you very easy. You have a lot of examples for the lot of scripts you can see here. See here, it's simple. They gave when on branch of production, any of this thing, they simply close this thing and they went on the steps. This is what I told you. Or you can write here, when expression, you write it up this thing before the agent. Also, you can write this thing. Okay. You might be, okay, I understand what you're seeing now. Madam, okay, leave it. I understand you. You might be seeing this label, right? This is agent label, madam, not for this thing, okay? Okay, so that is how you have to write, and this is how you have to run your pipelines, and remaining things is same thing. And now I'll show you like one more option as your, as I told, right? Like this is one kind of pipeline. So here you can write this project is parameterized here. You can add as a parameter, you can string parameter. You can take this parameter as suppose country. I can set default value as India. And I'm just saving here. So see now, previously it has a build now. Now this time it has changed it as a build with parameter. But if you see others, it will have only build now. When I click this thing, it asks you like, see here, this build require a parameter. You can write a country and you can build this thing. So this country, like what are the country, it counts as a env. Either you can write it as env.country, or you can give star symbol, like a dollar symbol, that is a dollar symbol country also you can give. Like you have plenty of ways you can have define a variable, or else you can take like a def, you can use country, and you can just give that declarations as like a very generic kind of thing you can give, and you can run this thing. So now if you build it will run. But if this is a one condition, you have to make sure that this entry, whatever this entry, may be somewhere used in your program, that somewhere used in your pipeline. That's what you have to think. So any questions? Yep, sorry, I'm telling about the blue ocean, right? Sorry, I got distracted. Why it is not showing me blue workspace? Why I think it's not even completed success. Okay, it might be restarted, I think, then you can see. So here you will have once you have that, right, you will have a blue ocean. You can see the things in very clear in the blue ocean to like it gave you like proper some different UI. That's it. That is the only help it will do the blue ocean. Sorry, someone asking some question? Hello. Yeah, it's up to you, sir. Like so if you want to write one Jenkins file and you can add like you can pass that as kind of your your repository that you can make it up however you want to have, you can do that. So but standard practice, if you have like a same Jenkins file is the same, and the data you require to pass some kind of input parameters, so some kind of things you can create one Jenkins file and then you can write the code. So for every code you have to do a checkout. So you have to write one code for the checkout stage. Like you have to get the separate Git source, right? You have to keep these Jenkins files in one place, and you have to get the source code, do the checkout option. Or else, like every of the repository itself, coding repository itself, you can write it up a Jenkins file, and you can utilize that. So based upon your request, so anything is okay here. You can write one Jenkins file for all your all your for different pipeline, different projects. You can write up anything is fine.
So what is the benefits, like it is showing in Blue Ocean that the time period it's showing. So what is the benefit of by knowing what is time it is taking?
Blue Ocean just help you to view better things. That's it. Won't do anything.
Just like it is 21 is built in 27 seconds, stage 3 is 1 second.
Yeah, like so you can UI is a little bit different now.
Yes.
That's what you will achieve. So actually previously in Jenkins 1.2 kind of things, like UI is very, very worst. Even we don't have like this actually. That time we usually use Blue Ocean to view the better UI. That's it.
Okay, only for the view. Okay.
Exactly.
So Shiva, again, is there any tool for validating the Jenkins file? Like any errors we have made? I see that indentation is pretty important.
Yes.
So do you know any validators?
No, man, I don't know. So here, if you go here, there is one more job item called multi-branch pipeline. You can see here, there is one more called multi-branch pipeline. I'm just writing that as multi-pipeline 1. And I write here multi-branch pipeline. I have like a pipeline, but what is mean by the multi-branch pipeline? Okay, usually there is a requirement. Comes to me, say, hey buddy, we have like we require to have a pipeline for each of the branches. Whatever we have a branches, we require to create a pipeline for that one. Okay, it required to create a pipeline for that one. So that is a usual cases. Like I saw some particular projects they want to write. They created every time pipeline. They created like more number of pipelines, but every of the branch they'll treat that as a different priorities, and they'll have to have each branch, whatever the branch they have in their repository, they want to have a pipeline. That's it. So in such case, now see here also we created like only for one branch, we created one Jenkins file. And if I want, if I like this, I have a 20, if I have 20 branches, I can't go and do like a every time go and do that, right? So in the such case, if you have a 20 branches, you want to create you want to create like Jenkins pipeline for all the 20 branches. How you want to do that one? So this is what you called multi-branch pipeline. In the multi-branch pipeline, this multi-branch strategy, what it will do, like you require to provide you like in a repository only, not provide a branch. It will scan the repository, like what are the Git repository providing. It will scan that one and it see how many branches it has. And inside of that branches, how many branches have a Jenkins file. How many, suppose I have a 20 branches. Inside of the 20 branches, I have 10 branches only have a Jenkins file, and remaining the 20 branches, I don't have the Jenkins file. Then it won't create a pipeline for that. What it will do, it will scan your repository, how many branches you have. Inside of the branches, how many branches you have a specific Jenkins file. If I have it found a Jenkins file, it automatically create a pipeline for you. Okay, let me show you like a display name. I don't want anything. So here I have a branch source. Okay, I can add a branch source. So it is a GitHub. I can write anything, GitHub project, anything. Here I have this thing. Here, this is my code. I'm writing here credentials. I'm not providing anything. Discord branches. It says like Discord branches only. Strategy, but now here it not ask me a kind of this thing. It's not ask me what is a branch. Next, build configuration, it says like a by Jenkins file, and source path is also Jenkins. Scan multi-branch trigger period. If we want to scan, like if you want to scan for on the specific time, suppose every day I want to do the scan, again, you can use it periodically also. It is also orphan item. Like I'll tell you like what is orphan item strategy, and you can provide these things. Just save. So it do, you see here, scan multi-branch pipeline log. It's scanning that what are the branches you have here. See, checking the branch Docker. Here, if I show you, these are 4 branches. These 4 branches, one is main, DevOps Dev, DevOps SIT, and Docker. These are the 4 branches I have here. If I go here, it's a checking branch Docker, Jenkins file not found, doesn't meet criteria. Checking branch main, Jenkins file found, met criteria. It's already running for the one branch. Scheduled build for the branch main, Jenkins file not found. Here, no. Jenkins file not found, no. Does not matter. Processed 4 branches, finished branch indexing. Indexing took 6.5 seconds and it says yes. That's it. So again, I came back here. See, this main is already created and it automatically running the pipeline. When I click this thing, you can see that pipeline is already running. Now what I do, I'll go here in the same repository. In other branch also, I'll add a Jenkins file. I go here, I go to the develop dev. Here I don't have Jenkins file. I go to the develop SIT. Here I have Jenkins file, I renamed it, but anyway, I'll write it up this thing. I just get Jenkins file. I just saved this thing. Now I go back here. So this job is still running. Again, I have scan multi-branch pipeline now. When I do this scanning, can you see develop SIT came now? The branch has been came. See here, it is running. So if you want to see the logs here, see here again, develop SIT, I've renamed that as Jenkins file, I renamed as a dev, it says Jenkins file found, met criteria. and it automatically created this pipeline for me. So now here, let it be no problem. So here I have two pipelines. So similar like now, I don't want to have a two pipelines. I can remove the one pipeline. So one pipeline can be removed. Suppose like a same develop SIT, it has been failing, but I don't want this thing. I'll rename that thing. Okay. I just renamed that.
Shiva, does it only accept Jenkins file, or if we have multiple files, can we give two?
No. It is only accepted Jenkins file. That's it.
Okay, no extension, nothing, right?
Nothing. Simply simply Jenkins file. So you can do the scanning now. And you can also see the logs. See here now, develop SIT, Jenkins file not found, nothing. And here, but I already have a pipeline, right? What it done?
Gone now.
It deleted. So what it will do when you scan that one, whatever I have, what are the Jenkins file I found, what are the branches I found the Jenkins file, it created the pipelines. If I deleted the Jenkins file from that particular branch, it deleted the pipeline as well. That's a simple. So to give you a single line thing here, is a multi-branch pipeline, scan the repository and how many branches it has. Any branches contains Jenkins files. Out of your branches, what are the Jenkins file found branches? It created a pipeline based on the Jenkins file. That's it, simple. So if you go to the dashboard, this will be shows as a different thing. You can see here. It is running from the last 20 jobs, man. Let me kill this thing. I think like for every 5 minutes, 840, 845, this still it is running. Let me remove this thing. It's still running this build periodically only. You can check now, like, every 5 minutes this job run. 825, 835, 840, 845, like this every time. Now 20 times it ran. So you can see here, this is multi-branch pipeline and it has been there. And you can see the logs as well. And you go here, you can create like based on whatever the Jenkins files you have, you can say. Suppose if you don't want to have a Jenkins file, you want to write that as a different story. You want to write that as a different name, you can take it up that, but you have to clearly mention that it has to be in the proper way. That's it. Okay. Any questions here?
So instead of Jenkins files, we can give any search criteria, like any other file, like say for example, checkout.js. If that file is present in all the branches, then do a multiple pipeline.
It's purely, sir, if you scroll a little bit, scroll here, the script path. So suppose if you want to give not in Jenkins file, you can give Jenkins files 1, but it will take only Jenkins file 1. It won't look for 1, 2, 3, something like that. Even not into Jenkins file, you want to write it up Jenkins only. You're not writing that as a Jenkins file. It is also do that. It is also do that. Where is this thing?
What is meant by mode, Shiva? What other options we have under mode?
Where it is mode?
Right above the Jenkins file path, script path. You have by Jenkins.
Mode by Jenkins file only. We won't have any other things.
Okay.
So like this, you can write here. You can write as a script path. Suppose even if you have to go to the one folder and after the one particular folder, you have a Jenkins. Like you can provide the path for that one. That's how you can configure. This is only like the functionality wise same. It is do the pipeline only, configuration is same, like whatever you have there in your Jenkins file, it will run that as is. But only thing here, what is the advantage here? It will automatically scan your repository, found out like what are the branches. Inside of the branches, found out like where any Jenkins file found. If it found what are any Jenkins file from one specific branch, it created a pipeline for that automatically. Any questions here?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, after running this pipeline, it will automatically deploy to a particular cloud. How?
That's it. You have to write a deployment, sir. That's whatever you, if you want to write a if you write a deployment to deploy that, you write one more stage to deploy into the specific cloud, you can write. So you have to write the stages. That's it.
In Jenkins file, we need to write.
Yes, you have to specify.
Okay, thank you.
If I want your salary, I have to update my account details over there in your corporate, in your company, or else your salary will get into your account only. So any questions, sir?
Shiva, you change the script path from Jenkins file to Jenkins. So then it will search only for the Jenkins, no? It will check out
Exactly.
for Jenkins only.
Yes.
Jenkins files. Yes, yes. Okay.
So any questions? So only one topic is left for us. That is also agent configuration. So we'll take break and we'll come back, or do you want me to start and finish up and then we'll go on break?
We'll take break.
Okay. Anything, guys? Any questions you have? So meanwhile, let me see this.
Hello, Siva.
Yes.
What is your organizational folder in configuration section? It's like multi pipeline. Same, the organizational folder is a one option. What is this?
One second, I just restarted my. I can share your screen.
Okay, just I'm not doing right now. Just I'm showing in your system. Just a minute. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yes,
Yeah,
Shiva. Can
it's
I
yeah.
can I share my screen?
No, fine, it comes to me. You want to have multi-user pipeline. What does it mean by multi-user pipeline, buddy? What is your expectation for the multi-user pipeline? Okay, where's that? Like what you're saying? You say you're telling something organization where I have to go?
Shiva, you had that option to when you were creating that multi pipeline, right? Under
Mhm.
that only, the last option was organization folder. We saw there.
Where it is?
Under multi-branch pipeline or something, you had at the start when you even started the pipeline. There under freestyle, right? Creating
Shiva, go to
pipeline
dashboard.
in
New item.
dashboard.
New item. Yes. And just
Go down.
below, go down.
Last
Organizational
Set up
folder.
multi-branch project subfolder by scanning the repositories. Just a folder, buddy.
Okay.
It's just a folder you can create it there. Project subfolders by scanning the repositories. You can
Okay.
say multi-branch, you can say multi-folder, you can create it, no worries. The simple thing, scan organization folder triggers, orphan item strategies. If you have any projects you want to add, you can add any project resources you can add, and you can add a Jenkins file. This is what it will do, right? It will create a folder for multi-branch pipeline, different type of multi projects. You can create a projects here.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll take a break and we'll come back.
Okay, sure.
Meanwhile, if you have any questions, you can use chat box. Yeah, I'm back, guys. If I go to the manage Jenkins here I can see manage nodes or clouds are these things. Okay. Here I have manage nodes or clouds. So here I can see that I just click on that one. I went on like a manage nodes and clouds. Here I have already a built-in node as built-in node is already there, which is taking the architecture of Windows 7 and clock differences, anything like a free disk space, free swap spaces. So it provided me whatever the current thing, like what are the built-in node, where I installed my Jenkins, it was able to provide me that details. Okay, so I have an option for the new node. I can take this new node. Here I'm just creating node 1, a kind of node. I'm just giving node 1. It's a permanent agent. So once I go with that, it says like a node name. What is the node name I gave? And description, number of executors. Okay, how many executors you want to have? You want to have 3. You can have a 5 and number of executors. And remote root directory. So what is this like agent? Why I required to do this setup at this agent? As you know, initially we're talking about Jenkins is a distributed, like one of the distributed kind of thing. So you can configure any other workspaces also to, and you can configure any other storage, or you can configure any other compute things to your Jenkins. Suppose now like my I just installed everything is in C drive. But about like my C drive is getting pulled up or something I want to, but I don't even some kind of reason also I want to configure D drive. I want to like run my jobs as a separate lane to the D drive. I don't want to run anything into the C drive because such cases, right? You can configure a agent through the particular folder configuration. You can take that as a remote root directory. You can take that particular, you have to provide the path of that particular directory, whatever directory you want to take, and creating an agent. And from then onwards, you can use that particular space as one of the agent for you. And Jenkins will run, like Jenkins workspaces will be created over there. You can run your pipelines, all those things from that agent. So that means to say, when you run agent, when you run like your jobs through the agent, it will be run on the D drive. It won't run on the C drive. You have to provide your agent details over there. You have to provide your agent details over there. Suppose I have a remote root directory. So here I'm just going on the D drive. Just creating a new folder called agent here. So this is the path I'm taking as a remote root directory for my this thing. I just provided a simple directory path here. And if I require to have any label, yes, I have to provide the label here. And this is the label we are going to invoke into the agents. Okay, we are writing that agent and the label, and what are the label you have to write here. Suppose I'm writing like I have to run some pipelines here. Like suppose I have like some 10 pipelines which related to debit card. So suppose I can write debit card. That is my label. I can mark this thing. How launch method. Launch isn't by connecting it to the controller, and custom work directory path if you have any. If you don't have anything, you can see like from C, like from the very specific custom work directory path you want to go on there, you can provide that. And use the WebSocket also, use WebSocket. And if you have any advanced thing, you can use a terminal connection through. If you have any specific port you want to go on the terminal, you can use based on whatever you want to have, you can use. And availability also, you can set node properties, disable these things, and you can provide the tool chains. Like this is a one other benefit you require going on tool chains. What is this tool chain? So suppose Jenkins, like in C drive, I configured tool chains, like two tools. One is like a Java and other one is Maven. If I go here, see here I get this JDK and Maven. I can go here. I can again, if I have like separate path, if I take it a separate path, like even I can provide that particular, I'm not, changing entire thing. I'm not required to change the entire thing. but I can provide the tool locations for the different system as well. Because if I'm running it from the G drive, if I'm running it from the D drive, I have to have a Java over there, and I have to have like a Maven over there. So such cases, you have to go use any specific tools here you can mention here. Suppose I'll take like this is a kind of Spring Boot application. So Spring Boot application, I have to take it as a different path. I don't want to utilize this same agent for running all these things. So now what are the Spring Boot applications need to be run through this agent? There I have to provide the tool location for that. Once I configure the tool location, and I can save this thing. So here node will be created. Okay, once this node has been created, once the node is created, you can click this thing. So it gave me some kind of details. Okay, path has to be changed. This is a Jenkins path. Going on manage Jenkins here, path, the Jenkins installation path has took wrong. Manage Jenkins, maybe like it might be the older IP address might be restarted or some kind of thing. Yeah, this is the path we have to change. And it can save this thing. A simple IP address. This Jenkins might have like older previous ran kind of thing. So now again, I'm going on manage Jenkins and configure. Manage nodes and clouds. Here I'm going on node. So now it is updated 0.168.184. Yeah, this is the path I want to have. So here they're saying run from any command line or run from agent command line with a secret stored in a file. So what they're saying, buddy, you require this agent.jar wherever you are running, wherever you created a work directory, you require to present this jar. That's what they're saying here. You require to have it. You require to have this jar, agent.jar, and you have to run this command through this particular work directory as d.jar. So now you have to copy this file. So first, see here, either you can use curl command or you have, it's like a Windows. So I'm just downloading this thing. This agent is been showing here. I'm going on the show in folder. Just renaming it as like, just removing one. So this is executable jar file. I'm just cutting here and I'm going on the D drive. I'm providing in the agent and I'm providing here. So now this is the path. This is a path where I have work directory D agent. I have to present this agent.jar and I can run this command. So I just copy this command. What are the command here I have? I take the command prompt here from this specific path. You have to go and you have to run these things. Info connected. If you see here, now this Jenkins agent is also online and this is ready for serving. This is for ready for serving. Now agent node 1, which has been pointing to D drive, and I can utilize the D drive spaces as well. Here it is taking only C drive because I just installed that in C drive, but this thing is taking in D drive. If you see here, you can see this number of executors. Previously, it is 115, 5 we have for the normal built-in node and 5 for the node 1 executor. So now where you running, suppose if you're running it, and if you're running a pipeline through a node agent as a node 1, it has to taken from, it has to be taken, it will be run through the executors of that node 1 only. It won't go to the very regular kind of thing. Okay. It will go through that. And now how we have to write it up, that how we have to write that agent thing, I'll show you in the pipeline. So in the same pipeline here, you have to go and here you have to have instead of agent any details, here you have to share that agent details. You can have this thing label. You can mention what is the what is the name we gave?
Node 1.
Debit card, I guess.
That's the label.
Debit
Yes.
card.
Yes, you have to give label only. That is
Yes.
the reason I asking you, like what it is. What is the label we gave?
Note. What? Note what?
What is the label we gave over there?
Debit card.
Debit card.
Node 1, right?
Did I mention here it as label? You can mention this thing. You're not required to provide that agent also. It's required to have that agent. See what we ask it, right? Like we ask it to say jobs can be required, jobs can be run through the agent. That agent we gave label as a debit card. That is also you can run through. Like you can run like as these things. It is very like very straightforward. You can provide the agent or you can provide the label as well. Anything it can be take it up like this thing. Okay. So now it is ready for utilizing your agent. Okay, it is ready to utilizing your agent now. So any questions here? Now I'll show you like how you have to run. Any questions here? So this is how you have to write it up your agents to your pipelines. So now your pipelines, now your pipeline can be run. So suppose either you can provide that as, no, I don't want to go like this thing. I want to go like, I don't want to go like this thing. When I want to have a specific to this thing, like to say, I can mark my master as 0. And I can mark my local these things as 0, and I can run any of those things also. It can be either you can write it up like that as well. So like suppose you go into the master. You go into the master, you go into the configure, and what are the number of build executors you have here? You can make 0. And come to the manage Jenkins. Here now you have executors on the build number 1 only. But see, I'll run this pipeline here. Just for sake of this thing, I'm sorry. I'm just giving you this thing. Not run this thing. See, it is coming to this agent as node 1. Why it is coming to the node 1?
Because there is no expected available in the master.
Because default node is 0. Its executed is 0. So the pick up the first is node 1.
No. Any other?
You mention other agent in the Jenkins file.
Sorry, other?
We define the label to this new agent, so that's why Jenkins file.
No, I just provided Jenkins agent as any. mean to say it's not required to say, yes, this is the only agent it has to go. I can make it up any agent over there. I said like agent any kind of thing. Like I just make it up as an open. So in the previous, right, like if you see here, this is what I say, agent any. I'm not specifically, hey buddy, this is the pipeline you have to go, or this is the only you have to go. I'm not mentioning that. I just gave it as a very open, say, what are the agent you have, just go and create it there. So if I specifically say mention this is the only agent it has to go, then it will go on the only specific agents. Suppose it won't go to the others. Or if you say agent none also, you can provide. You don't want to go through any of this agent, you can provide agent none. Even that time it won't take any agent. It will be, job will be try to run from your master thing only, like it try to run from your master thing, which is the default node. Okay, which is from the default node. It won't take it up other nodes. So this is what, we will usually do it like, in real times, like we will create like multiple agents, and each, like we will schedule the job. We will always create like, we always specify what agent you have to have, and we always try to run this thing. We won't run any jobs on the master. We always keep master, mean to say very what are the Jenkins you have built-in node, right? That built-in node Jenkins, what we do, we will create that as the 0 executors. Why I have to do that? Because if I running like executors on that master Jenkins, like this, what are the Jenkins here in the C drive, it started occupying some memory where my Jenkins is running. Like say that's wherever I'm running this work directory, like a common, previously, which we have default agent, right? Default built-in node. It has been attached to your Jenkins home directory, not with others. But here this D drive, whichever I created, that is pointed to the D drive. So it is not something specifically you don't need to bother about the home directory kind of thing. So that's where what we do, we always created master, that we call it as master node, which is a built-in node. We call it as a built master node, and remaining things we call it as the agents. Okay, whatever we call remaining things you created, that we call it agents. Now, what are the master we have meant to say built-in node? We always make executors as 0, and we try to create labels. Like we try to create like agents, and that labels we have to provide it to the each of the pipeline. Whatever the pipeline you want to run, you have to specify this, or else you can say any agent. So, but no, that is not the standard practice. Actually, what we do, we provide, like suppose I have like Node.js pipeline. So I'll take Node.js agent, one agent configuration for Node.js. I have like suppose Java, I'll take one node configuration for the Java. I have separate .NET, I have one node for the .NET configuration. Like this, I'll take, that's how I chop it up to the different folders and different configurations. Suppose if my D drive gone, so by mistakenly my D drive gone. So now only like that particular things will be goes out. That is how, it will, you have to like distributed your load from your master Jenkins to agents. Okay. So this is what you called agent. One second, guys. Yeah, this is how you have to configure those things. Make sure like in interview question, they'll ask how many were, hey, in company, how many executors you have in master node. So what you're going to tell? They ask you how many, how many you have, like how many executors you have in your master Jenkins. No, that's what I told. You have to make it up. Master node executors always has to make 0. 0 and tell you like, yes, we have agent configuration, or else you don't have anything. Or if you don't have any configuration things, if you don't have any agent configuration, tell them like, we don't have any configuration things. We are running everything on the master node. Don't never tell like it as a numerical number. Tell either 0 or we are running everything on the master. So this is the like a blue version as I told. So UI has been changes, and see here like this is how we can see this. If you go to the pipeline, you can see the stages wise. You can see it like little bit details wise. Even if you click on here, it will take you like how much what it has ran and what it is done on each command line. So each and everything it will be shows here. Okay. This is a only useful for the blue version. Once you have a blue version, you can see like graphical interfaces will be changed for your Jenkins pipeline. Here you can go to the classic Jenkins. This is whatever you see now, whatever we seeing now, that you call it as the classic Jenkins. Okay, any questions? Any questions, guys?
So same agent can configure for cloud infrastructure, right? If you want to run anything on the
Yeah,
cloud.
you can do. You can do. You can create a cloud. Let me show you that as well. So this is a like again you have to use EC2 instances plugin. See here, manage nodes, add a cloud here. You can see Amazon EC2 you can add. So once you have Amazon EC2, it will ask you like name, EC2 initial credentials, all those things, and region, EC2 key, key pair, private key, and all those things, AMI, all those things it will be asked. You have to provide all these details, and you can utilize the cloud spaces as well for your these things. You're not required to use the D drive itself. You can utilize the cloud spaces as well. That is also possible.
Can you show that like we have EC2?
You can configure yourself, no worries on that. If you're stuck anything, let me know. Because it will ask, usually maybe I have done already EC2 plugin. So it will ask you like you have to provide access keys and secret keys, all those things. And you have to provide like again roles, I have to set it up. And again, I have to provide like a lot of details here. So you try that. It's very pretty straightforward. If you stuck anything, let me know. See, a new version of Jenkins has been available for the download. So our update automatically also you can do. You can, but make sure you never keep it upgrade automatically, because some kind of features, some kind of new plugins, maybe changes something. So you have to make sure that in real time, never do an auto upgrade. So you have to make sure that everything has been set up as manual. And whenever you are like, good to upgrade, or like you might see like what are the release notes of that particular version, whether any impacted on your existing items, then you have to do like little bit analysis and research, then only you go for the auto upgrade.
Because we have deleted our EC2 instance, so from where we can restore our agent workspace.
No, as in space, you cannot do a backup, madam. That can be possible. That's what I told. If you're required to do, you have to, as I told, right? Thin backup is one of the, like I told you, like even previous class itself. There is a plugin called Thin Backup. In that, you have to go to that Thin Backup and you have to do the backups.
For that, we have to pay.
That's a plugin in Jenkins.
And Shiva supports any cloud, right? Not only AWS.
No, they provided here as an AWS EC2 instances only. If you have more options, if you're going on the paid version, you have more options. Yes, here I can see that configure cloud. Here I have. These are the two options I can see. Eucalyptus, I don't know about this thing.
Paid version, GCP and all.
I'm thinking, but here, as I could see, they provided only like EC2 instances and Eucalyptus EC2. But if you normally like, if you have a paid version, it will show you more than that. Actually, that I'm sure. So any questions?
Awesome.
Okay, so with this topic, we have completed our this thing, like our this thing Jenkins, and again, like you can do the node monitoring as well. Here, you go here and you can do free space collected. Like you can do some more node monitor kind of things, architecture, clock differences, anything you want to have, all those things. And one more thing I have to tell you, like go to the manage Jenkins, and in configure system. Sorry, in security credentials. Scroll a little bit. Here you will have agents like TCP port. Either you can disable the port, then you cannot your TCP, your agents won't connect it. Or if you want to have a specific inbound ports for, if you're taking the specific port to say like if you're going on the cloud, you have to provide these details. And any agent protocols if you have, so inbound TCP for like a TLS encryption, it has to be happen. So you have to make sure that TLS secured connection was created. Okay, if you're going on the cloud, this is very useful. Have to make it up a fixed port, say like a specific port only you're enabling these things. Or if you disable this thing, then it won't take anything on that. So you can click as a random, it automatically take whatever the port comes, it automatically take that one. Okay. So any other questions? Try to do as much as these things. Try to practice here, like try to create a different types of pipelines for each and everything, like multiple these things. All if you try to do multiple use cases here, then you will understand easily. Anyway, I already ping you like this repository. I already provided that, but anyway, like I'll share with you as well. Okay, so any other questions, guys? So I'm switching into the new topic. Okay, chalo. Then we're going on the new topic. So do you want Docker or do you want Terraform? Which one you want me to start?
Please start Docker.
Okay. Yep.
Docker.
So Docker is a container engine tool. It's a container engine tool. It's what it helps us to create container technology. It's a container engine tool. or people call it as a package manager. People also call it as a package manager. So what is mean by, so, well, first thing, what is a Docker? Okay, so like a Docker is a tool, like a Docker is a tool where if you're going on that, Docker will help us to create a containers. Okay, you understand that, but I don't know what is a container. Okay, I don't know what is a container. So first thing, I have to understand what is a container, and if I feel that yes, this is helpful to me, then only I can go with any what are the tools available on that one. So first we understand what is mean by the container. So what is meant by the container? So before going on this thing, this Docker has been created by the founder, like I mean to say, a founder of kind of things. You know, Hikes is Solomon Hikes was one invented this, and it is publicly available. It maybe he started doing that in 2008. But it has been available in 2013, like in one of the presentation, in one of the tech summit, they gave presentation on this container in 2013. Okay, it was released as open source in the March 2013. At the time, it uses LXC as a default execution environment, but later on now it has been called a Docker Container Engine. Okay, so first thing, I don't know what is like a kind of container. So first I have to understand what is the container and why they're calling this as a package manager and why I required a tool for creating the containers. So container is nothing but small scale of VMs. Small scale of VMs. What is VM?
Virtual machine.
What is meant by the virtual machine?
Replica of your hardware.
It will provide one mission in cloud. Like that we will do anything there, like we can, it's separate system like that.
Okay.
Virtually available, not a physically available. Each and everything, just like configuration, workspace, anything. It's on the cloud, not physical available.
So you mean to say like a virtual machines, they cannot create it on the physical?
No, we can create.
Not created physical.
No, virtual machine is the kind of, some small part of your resources. See,
Yeah.
suppose like you have a bigger server. Say like I have a server with 1,000 CPU and 5,000, 10,000 GB hard disk. Now I want to do a partitions of that one. I want to do a partition of that one. So now what I have to do in a virtually, if I do a like a partitions of that one, and each of the partition you call it as a virtual machine. If you do that in a virtually, and that CPU, like you have to have in some compute services, I mean to say CPU, memory, all those things, and it required a OS for that one. So that particular server, what are the server existed compute server, you are swapping that, you're partitioning that as a virtual, that partitions you call as virtual machines. Okay, and in real time where we use virtual machines. So usually, like if you're working with any service based companies, once you assign to any client, they'll give you one desktop. They say, hey, I have to use like a client desktop. I have to use like, I require to use VMs. I require to use the Citrix. You usually use Citrix to connect, or you usually use Global Protect. Multiple things you use to connect to their system. So once you join with them, they'll create you one virtual machine. In that virtual machine, they'll give you 4 GB RAM and 500 GB hard disk. And also they give you voice, and also they give you some tools like Outlook. These and all kind of tools they'll give you. In specifically, if you require any tools, then you have to raise a request and they'll do that. Where they're all doing that as a one virtual machine, which is created for you. Specifically, one virtual machine created for you in the same place. Maybe I'm getting the just 4 4 GB CPU. Like if if that server has 1,000 CPU, now how many other case I can, how many others I can, provision that one. So maybe like 250 people, I can, 250 into 4, I can say like 10,000. 250 into 4, you can say 10,000. If it is 1,000, we can say 25 to like 40 people, I can accommodate that one. If I giving sorry, 250 into 4, you can say 1,000 only. So 250 people, I can provision that server if it is a 4 GB CPU. But for randomly, I can give it as like for the 200 people and remaining 50, I can keep it like that one. So that's how when I take a huge server, and that is the server I can create, chopping it as a multiple virtual machines, and I'm providing it to you. So the same 1,000 GB CPU, and I'm virtually, I mean, doing a partition, say this 4 GB given to Shiva, this 4 GB given to Rajesh, this 4 GB given to Vijay, this 4 GB given to some other person. Like this, they're virtually partitioning that particular machines. So now in this particular machine, what I'm getting the 4 GB and like 500 hard disk, and also in there, I to utilize that compute resources, they're creating one more virtual machine OS, or that one that you call guest OS. They'll create you Windows machines that they usually call Windows oriented virtual machines. Okay. So I'll show you the architecture of what we have in the virtual machine. Then I'll show you the differences of like virtual machine to the container. Then you will understand a little bit more. So creating of the virtual machine, you called visualization. Okay. Creating of the virtual machine, you call visualization. Okay, let me take Paint. So suppose, just consider this is my compute resource. I mean to say, as I told, 1,000 GB CPU, a kind of thing. Here on this top of, I have a OS. Just consider this is my OS. Just consider this is my OS. On the top of, okay, write it up here. This is the OS, and this is the compute. It's a compute server. On the top of OS, we're going to use a tool called hypervisor. A tool called hypervisor. With the help of the hypervisor only, with the help of a tool called hypervisor only, you're going to do the partitions of your compute servers. Now this is hypervisor I have, and I have 1,000 GB CPUs, like to say. Now this thing, I'm going to create I'm chopping it as multiple pieces. This is one virtual machine. This is one virtual machine. This is one virtual machine. A kind of like this, I can create multiple virtual machines. So what these virtual machines contains? Suppose if you take one virtual machine, it contains 3 sections. 1, 2, 3. What this section contains? This section contains guest OS. Suppose I require Linux OS, so I'll install that in Get OS. Here you have libraries related to that you call app libraries. Here you have applications, apps. You're deploying your applications. Suppose like Outlook and MS Teams, all those things you are integrating with your these things. So this is what you have. So now, like here, this is just considered 1000 GB, and I have a OS on that one. So OS will left like 25 GB, 30 GB for the OS. And if I have any other thing on there, and even I have to install hypervisor over there. So just consider 100 GB. I'm just using for the maintenance of this compute server. After that, so 900 GB, 900 GB for every 4 GB, I'm just creating that one. And inside of the 4 GB, and OS, like again, guest OS will eat up 1 GB, and your applications, app libraries, or apps, all those things will eat up another 500 GB. Now you have left, you have left only like, some kind of, how to say, 1.5 is gone, and you have like 2.5 CPU, like will be there for that. So you have to make sure that it is enough for you to process these things based on your usage. You have to make sure that these are the details you have. So this is the architecture of for your virtual machine. Okay, this is the architecture of your virtual machine. Now, what are the disadvantages to maintain this thing? To maintain this thing, first thing is like, isolation. Very first thing, isolation. So to say if virtualization is fully isolated, isolated VMs and VM instances, it's okay. Like it's fully have like isolated environments, because everything is you creating in one server, one particular server, right? That is the one thing, okay. And it have a different operating system. Virtualization can host more than one complete operating system. Like it is the one drawback actually, because it required a lot of space consumption, all those things. And deployment process wise, like a virtual machine mean to say, as it like it has to have their own hypervisor kind of thing. Like suppose if you're doing on multiple servers, each server will have like their own hypervisors things. So it simply say you depending on a kind of broker here. Okay, you're not giving 100%, you're going on the broker kind of thing. Okay, that is the one thing. And also persistent virtual storage. Virtualization has a very hard disk. Like you see, how you already have like 500 GB hard disk here. So you're directly getting that physical thing, like directly getting that one. That is also one virtual. Then operate like what you call storage is also very persistent here. And security wise, you have two OSs here. Here you have one OS here, you have guest OS here. So two OSs and two firewall requests you have. That is also very easy for you to handle. But when coming to the disadvantages, what you have, this is a very bigger kind of thing, and it's not something easy to maintain. Maintain means like suppose if you need to restart your, if you require to restart this thing, again, it will take entire, it is not easy. If you delete that and recreate the virtual machines, it will take time. It's not something in a complicated something. But it's kind of little bit time taken process to that one. So that is also one of the drawback you have with virtual machines. Okay. Now I'll create a like a container architecture. What is a container architecture? So if you see the same container architecture, it has a little bit changes when compared with here. So creating of the container process you call containerization. So virtual VMs creation process you call visualization, where container creation process you call containerization. Suppose same thing, like I have some computer services. And I have guest OS over there. And here I won't have an hypervisor. I directly have a kind of container engine. So a kind of container engine. Here I have. This is the similar kind of container. Okay, if I take this same compute service. It's the same OS.
Please brief that hypervisor. Actually, I'm getting confused. Hypervisor.
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Just a brief, just give me a brief idea about hypervisor. What does it?
It's a software. That's it. It's a software where it helps
So
you to
it is
do.
splitted up to. You have splitted it into three different.
These
Like
are the virtual machines, sir.
Three different virtual machines. You have splitted it up, right?
Exactly. Exactly. To understand you, like I just created this is with the help of hypervisor. I was able to create 3 virtual machines over there. Any question over there?
No, fine.
This is called container engine. Okay, so on the top of that one, it will create you like it will help you to create containers. If I see here, it will be only 2 choppings. It's not like that how you have like a bigger these things. We can write this is also a kind of what I can see. This is apps. And you can say this part is libraries. You're not required a guest OS here. You're not required a guest OS here. You can simply take it up instead of guest OS. Container is not very mandatory required to have OS. But sometimes you require to have OS, sometimes you may not require to have OS. Okay, so this is the architecture. If you see the comparison, it is a small difference. Like their hypervisor software, here it is a containers engine software. But I know isolated wise, containers are not an isolated. Like you like it created a lot of containers for one. So one specific thing, like instead of one virtual machine, you can create 4 to 5 containers. Okay, so that you have a like huge number of containers will be there, and it's very tough to make like virtual machines are very tough to maintain. Mean to say, maintenance wise, it's very kind of thing like it's a restart, kind of these things, deleting thing. These are very tough. But when it comes to the container, deletion and creation process happens with a fraction of seconds. And very speedy and very durability. But virtual machines are like not that that much this thing because it's already have a loaded OS and it will occupy a lot of memory and it will eat up a lot of CPUs over there. But these Docker containers, very small unit of virtual machines. Like suppose if I have a 4 GB virtual machine, here I just created 1 GB, 1 GB, 1 GB as 4 containers. I can create that. Like this, you can create at a small scale of like the same how I'm creating a virtual machine here. Also, I'm just creating like that only, but with the small differences. But here I'm using container engine as one kind of a software. There I'm using hypervisor. But here this virtual machine have like bigger kind of thing. It's not something 1 GB, 1 GB, 1.5 GB cannot create because you already have a loaded the guest OS over there. So that is very tough for us to utilize. But here containers are very small part of this thing. And if a container containing more than 1 GB is not good enough. It's not good practice to say not good enough. Sorry, it is not a good practice to contain having a compute resources to a container. 1 GB is very much enough for the container actually. So this is the differences between virtual machines and containerization. So now, so I'm going to create a container. I'm going to say I'm just creating a small virtual machine which is required to utilize the compute services where it has been hosted. On hosted mean to say on hosted compute services or infrastructure. You can call any of the things. Other drawback, security wise, it was not that much security. If you see here, like it's not that much security here, like in containers, because containers can be easily like these things. Okay, easily can be like a hacking things, like easily can be security violation can happen very easily. But VMs is not like that one. VM is very like kind of very security kind of things. So we required a container engine to further processing on these things. That is where we have different types of containerization tools. One tool is Docker, container D, like Podman, these different types of tools you have for like that one. Podman, Docker, Containerd. Like this, you have different types of tools to providing the containerization. So, but here we are learning Docker, as this is a very famous and open source. When compared with others, this can be easily like thing that like if you're going on the DevOps, most of the everything comes as the containerizations only. If you have like if you're going on the containerization, Docker comes as a basic kind of thing. Suppose if you require to go to the intermediate, you require to have a 10th class knowledge, right? Like so you require to pass 10th class. Whether how many marks you coming, that is a different matter. But you require to have eligibility criteria, right? Similar manner, if you're going on the further with the DevOps and a containerization, Docker is a similar like that one. It's a minimal, any of the containerization technology is a minimum eligibility for to work on you in a DevOps containerizations. Okay, so many companies have a separate entity for the container team they have. Suppose Kubernetes, most of the DevOps, right? Like some people works as an purely Jenkins kind of DevOps engineer kind of activities. But when you see it in the more, right, like you have container technologies like Kubernetes, or like specifically you're working on the EKS or Ranch, different types of not container technologies you have. So if you see in Kyndryl, you have like a container container management separate team itself you have. Even in my company also, we have around 200 people working on the container technology itself. We call the container team only. There you'll have all the Kubernetes things, like we will maintain every Kubernetes and all these even tools installation things from, from the cost perspective, all those things we work on that actually. So here we are learning Docker. Okay, maybe like you maybe a little bit understanding on the what is a container and what is a containerization tools you have. But why I call this as a package manager? Why I call Docker as a package manager? Any wild guess, guys?
Because our code image resides there.
Okay. Even if I have a code, even I can say I can already my build is there creating of that, right?
Yes.
I can say that is a package. Then why I have to call it as a package manager? I can say package. If my code is resisted, I can call it as a package only, right? I already have that package.
Like when we are using containerization, so we can install numbers of software at a time with same configuration into different number of we can PCs and all, like container you can contain with same number of softwares.
Okay.
So
some same type of containerization.
Yes.
So here in Docker, like we have multiple containers which act like a system, or then our packages can be on the multiple containers. To manage them, we call it the package manager.
Okay, I'll tell you.
Or it is a package of number of software. Same time we can install into number. Same time we can use number of containers.
It's kind of partially correct only. So even say the first thing, right? Like it's a collection of like softwares. So why I have to create a softwares? Like why I'm dealing with the softwares here? Like I have all the things, right? Why I have to deal with the softwares here?
So it's require environment, right, to install.
Yeah.
Work.
Okay, so Sheikh, right? Jafrullah, he gave a proper answer, say, and code and produce the images. This can run anywhere with the same configuration. So what it will do, right? It will suppose like, I have to create a kind of, I am creating a platform for running of my container. So suppose in my container, I have an application. In my application, if I have an application, if application need to run on some specific platform. So suppose like it required a web server. Suppose if I'm running on the Java I require to run on the Tomcat. So where I have to run on the Tomcat and which machine I have to run on the Tomcat. So if I'm creating a container, my application is need to be run from that container. So whatever the current dependencies for that particular application to be run, what are the dependencies, I'm creating all those the procedures, all like how to test, how the application need to be run. So all those things I'm creating is in a package. So I'm giving you multiple instructions to how it can be run, what kind of things it required, how those things has been required, how it has to be initiate the process. All those things I'm giving you instructions, and I'm like bringing up multiple tools or like multiple things as a package, multiple softwares and multiple what I can see. It comes with the softwares, it comes with a process, it comes with packages or like your application source code, your application jar-pies packages. All those things I'm clubbing and I'm creating as a that is it called it as package manager. So what I'm creating, like what is the package manager contains? The package manager is nothing but here is called image. What package manager mean to say, like here I can see image manager as well. But what I'm creating here, I'm creating softwares. As I said, I'm creating a package, right? So this package manager contains softwares as we discussing, and I could see that it contains the packages and it contains the process, what it to be involved, how that required to have. All these things I'm creating as an image. Okay. So Docker is one tool which help you to create image. Image mean to say not in the picture, not in the kind of these things. Here in terms of this thing, here it is like a ISO kind of formatted images. Like your voice comes as an image. Your voice usually comes as an these things. All those things like comes as an image format only. That is a software terminology we use it for. So here also this package, what are the Docker create? What is the package manager we are creating? That package manager we call it as package manager will be creating the images. So this image contains your softwares, installation of softwares, process, are like a jar packages. Packages, all those things I'm clubbing together. I'm creating that as a one process, nothing but creating that as an image. Okay, so now here is one of the responsibility of DevOps engineer to create an image. So what kind of image we are going to create? Here we have two images. One is base image, one is custom image. What is a base image and what is a custom image? Base image, there is no specific underlying statement for the base image. Any of the images existed that you call base image. Any of the image existed, mean to say I have already like 3 images in my local. I can call that as a base images because images been available and it can be ready to serve, or it can be ready to utilize with other configurations. Suppose here I told, right, like I just created a Java image. Just consider I created a Java image. This Java image, I'm using it for the money, like all the applications. What are all the applications I have? I'm using it in the creating for the custom applications. So that I can say that I can call. Yes, I can take Java as since it is an existing image. I can take that as a base image and I can create my custom image with my application that I can call custom image. So even after the custom image creation, again, if you are utilizing this image in somewhere, you call this a base image. And a very simple terminology to say existing images, you call it as a base images. With the help of the base images, we're creating a custom images. Okay. Any questions here? Yes, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So now onwards, your life taking a turning point as containers, as images. Okay, you have to have a separate definition for the image. Okay, you have to have a separate definition for the image. Okay, so first we will take how to install Docker, and then like we will see like further things on this thing. So like from the Docker and all, right, like you have it for the Windows as well, but you know it's very rare. Even in Windows also you require WSL. Okay, I mean to say like you have a Windows Docker desktop for the Windows, but it required to have a WSL which is kind of runs on like Windows 10 onwards. As a it will take Linux and Linux instances in Windows itself, but it will install over there. But you can utilize on the Windows itself. That is a very pretty rare cases you're going to utilize. So most of the times you're going to utilize your these things. Docker image is a source of Docker container. Yes. So you're going to create containers on the image. And Docker and Chef is the same? No. Docker is a different, Chef is a different. Chef is the configuration management tool, where Docker is the containerization tool. So I'm taking an EC2 instances here. Most of the times we will run these things on. So we have to learn from the Linux perspective only. So now onwards, we're going to utilize everything under the Linux only. Okay, I'm taking EC2 instances. So prepare your accounts, all those things. So I'm just saying it as a Docker. I'm just taking Ubuntu. I'm taking Ubuntu as 20 version. So here I'm taking T2.micro, which is free tier eligible. And I keep pair value here. I have this is my key. Here I'm taking this existing security group. So even I gave some storage I'm assigning as a 20 is fine. I'm creating in one instance here. And if you see here, it's Ubuntu, T2.micro, and firewall security group, I gave it as widget file, and the storage volume as 20 ZIB. And I'm just creating instance. Okay, so it is in pending state. It will take some time to, yeah, it is in running, it came to the running state, but the status check has to be started. Yes, it is initialized. I can take this thing. Here I have public IP and private IP. So it is instance in running, and this is a public IP is generated for this thing, and this is a private IP it has been generated here. If I can copy this private ID, and I told like very initial itself, like I told there is a tool I'm going to utilize for further on these things. That tool I call it as, I already shown you how to download the tool. So I'm using this tool as mobile XTerm for my SSH connections to my EC2 instances. You can simply download here, and you just required to run this thing. You're not required to install anything, and not required to provide any configuration things.
So we cannot use in my local machine each and everything related to Docker.
If you have Linux in your this thing local machine,
but Windows is not supportable.
No, I told right. Windows we have supportable. Even that is also will be taken into the WSL. You have like a Windows Docker desktop for the Windows as well. Let's see. You have Docker desktop for the Windows, but you know, in your real time, you're going to use as a Linux machines only, not going to use in Windows. This is a Docker desktop installations. You require to have WSL here. Okay, without WSL, you cannot do this thing. See?
Yes, I got it.
So this is the one I'm going on. Here I have a sessions open. I just click on the sessions and again I click on the SSH here. On SSH, I have to provide the remote host here. This is the IP address which I have taken the public IP address and specify username. For Ubuntu instances, they use your username as Ubuntu. Other than the Ubuntu, they use EC2-user as the username, like a default specific username they have. I'm just going on here advanced SSH setting. Here I'm just selecting the private key. And a private key, which I created while doing the while doing like instance creation part, I have to utilize that here. Okay, it is taking time. Okay, if I use here, this is a PPK like which I generated, which I have utilized it for this thing. PPK is like in a private file and a public file. I already utilized it for that. Now I'm just going on the OK here. I already explained you how to do this thing in our first class. Okay, so now I connected to my EC2 instances here. I came here and the very first thing, always use sudo apt update. Apt is also kind of a package manager. Sudo apt is also a kind of package manager. It maintains the softwares for your this thing. It maintains softwares for your these things like all like for your Linux kind of things, right? It provides you this software things, all those things in your Linux based kind of things. Okay, so I'm done. I'm just clearing again. Now I'm installing sudo apt install. I'll take root user sudo -i. By using sudo -i, I can take root user. I am in root user now. I'm using sudo apt install docker.io. Hey, polls has been triggered, guys. So go with the polls. Okay. Now here I have docker.io -y. So now I'm directly installing Docker. To install this thing, you have to follow this command in your Ubuntu machine or Linux machine. If it is a Linux machine, you have to use, instead of apt, you have to use yum. So guys, what is the problem? Are you not able to understand what I'm telling? Okay, we'll stop this thing. Let me know what this thing, you want me to continue here in this sessions, or you want me to go out of this session? If you're not satisfied, I can take it up this thing. Okay, fine. Anyway, like we will end this session. I'll talk with these things like with the Star Agile team. I'm asking 100 times if you have any questions. You're not asking any questions, and you're not satisfied with my lecture. So that is no point of further continuing on this. I ask 100 times. So like, what is the problem? Like, why you're not able to, are you not able to understand, or like, what is the problem here, guys?
Shiva, for me, as I told, I missed previous 2 classes. I was out of station. So
Okay.
currently these things are fast for me and I'm not able to share.
You
So
you are the person called to me, right? To my WhatsApp.
yes, yeah, I was not there. So
No, what I suggested, buddy, what I
yes,
suggested, I told you in my personal request as well, right?
yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so you not like, okay, you not attended the previous session, and while you coming to the today's session, you have to go for the recordings,
Yeah,
right? Did you
yesterday,
went?
yesterday only I came back to my hometown.
Okay.
So I could not complete those 2 sessions. And hopefully by next weekend I will able to catch up with this study.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not, that is okay. So definitely like you, it's kind of, you won't understand fully things
Yes, yes, yes.
because you're not been with the further previous things. So it's ignorable thing from you. Okay, others? It's not worry for me, like, no problem. So we can end the session and I'll invite I'll talk with the Star Result team since you guys has some problem. So I don't want to take it up your time. I don't want to waste my time as well if you're not going on further these things. Okay. See you guys. Most probably this is our end of the session. Haras, if you're ready to talk, I can talk. If you're giving me, say, like, I'm not satisfied with you, you have to talk. If you dare to talk, you can talk like that. Or if you not understand, they can directly say, how many people are asking questions? How many people are asking questions and they're able to clarify your things? That if you're not able to clarify, if you're not able to ask, then how can I came to know what you're not understand all the topic, right?
I'm getting the things,
That's what, see, if people if something is there in mind, some people intentionally coming and doing this thing, or some people never ask any single question and they're not happy with that. What I have to understand whether you people are like this thing or like any might this thing is a problem. Okay, no worries, sorry. This thing. So yep. Thank you. I'll 1 second.
Hello. Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, actually, we are in the newcomer, and I think it is getting a little faster. So uh, a lot of more examples we made in some point of view. So I think device not here. Okay.
Prakash sir, Raj, anyone there from the Star as well? Hello, Prakash sir, Raj, anyone, Raj sir, anyone from there, from Star as well? I'll ask them to talk with you independently and see take it up the things in different. You came here for the learning, so if I'm not able to make it up things for you, right? It's my this thing. If you're ready to talk, I'm okay. I can ask you anytime. You can ask me anytime. How people are asking the question, right? Even.
Yes, sir. Actually, we have some different background. Amit here. Yeah, actually different background. So it is like a little bit speed for us. So I think more examples like what are the scenario, like what is the if anything will get wrong, then what will be the scenario? How we'll face the problems, like that type of examples. I think I'm lacking.
I'm telling it in the very like a generic examples I'm telling even, and I asking you like how they're asking in interview and how you have to answer. I'm telling you, and if you're not able to understand, why you're not asking? That's my question. See, like even while I'm doing something, like people say, Sasa, there is some organization folder. Can you go back to there? I went on there and I told like what it is do. Again, when session itself, like people ask me, sir, can you recap that one? I recap that one. Why you're not able to ask that one?
Yeah, no, that is fine.
You have to talk. See, that's what I'm saying. If you feel that I'm going on this thing, why you're not why you're not talking? That's not going to help me. It's
I
going to
don't
be
think
for you.
it's a better idea to interrupt.
Why? So is my class is going on very silent and not able to hear? People are not asking the questions.
Yeah, people are asking, but after the session, somehow I'm missing some points, and then after I don't think it's a good idea to ask.
Most of the people calling me in WhatsApp as well. Even I'm responding to them. Even people pinging me in the screenshot and in the group, I'm asking them, I'm telling them like what you have to do further, all those things. Most of the time has responded. Why you're not even doing that as well?
Yeah, actually, if it is missing someone means it is missing, right? So
no, that's what. See, tomorrow you have to go and tomorrow you have to practice it and you have to see where you are lacking and you have to come up with that. Sir, I didn't understand the topic. And can you please tell me? You're not asking anything and you're coming and say like I didn't understand. Did you practice well? If you practice well, you get a lot of hundreds of questions.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're not if you're not coming up with some prerequisites, if you're not coming up with some kind of these things, whatever I told it in previous session, if you're not able to come up with today, you'll definitely it comes you like it won't understand things.
Yeah, it may be one of us. Okay.
Not only for me, like see, that's what I told. Even if any of the trainer also, they'll tell us the same concept but different approach. That's it. Concept will be the same.
No, the terms which we are using and the speed which are following, that is bit hard to catch up for me. That is
today like I told like what are the most of the activities. Even in the previous session, I took entire as a theoretically, and today I've shown it as a practically only. Each and every time I'll go like why we required that, and I'm telling like some these things and that's what if you're not able to understand why you're not coming up and asking. That's the problem I'm saying. So if you ask a question, do I'm learning? Do you think I'm learning more?
No, that is no, that is not my point.
Say if you're asking a question, do I thinking like I'm going and learning more? See, I'm working it from long back onwards here.
Yeah.
It's not something I learning. I came here to help you. Yeah, only like if you're able to, if you have a question, you can ask me. It's not something. That's what I'm saying. Like if I'm going on my own interest, because if I'm not able to reach your expectations, I don't want to like waste of your money. Even I don't wait up my time. This is my 18th batch. This is not my first batch, or this is not a kind of these things. This is the first time I've ever encountered my not satisfied these things. How many calls this thing I'm not sure. One specific person, sir, like I'm in the screen, I'll call you video call. Can you see that? I was able to attend the call as well. Most of the times I'm responding. Even you're not asking into the group, you're not reading that, and you're not coming and not speaking anything. If you say not understand, that's not fair at all. If I'm feeling, if you're feeling that is
no. I'll try to catch on later on classes.
No, that's the reason. The day when I asked, like, buddy, what is your like, what kind of background you are? How many people you told like about your backgrounds?
I don't know, but I have told that I'm since 10 years I'm working for the electrical engineer, so it's a very new background for me.
That's what I
So,
told. This is the reason, to understand the people. If you not ask, I can go even more speeder. I can go more these things. But if you're asking me to say like, sir, I didn't understand this thing. Sir, what is this thing? Why I have to do all these things? I always tell that in the different way. If you struck, how should I know that you understand or not? If you're asking me some question, you not understand. If you ask me a question, then I can say that. Even that's the reason I say, if you guys are silent, I say I can treat that as a no questions.
okay, I'll consider the point and I'll ask my doubts in your next classes or next sessions.
Sure. Anyway, like hoping anyone from Star as well, man. Like I don't want make it up your this thing, buddy. Because you came here happy learning, so hey, this is my first time I'm encountering this kind of things. Prakash sir, Raj sir, anyone from Star as well? Okay, no problem. So anyway, I'll complete the class and I'll leave. So next thing, like we'll see. I don't want to in middle of these things. Okay. So this is how you have to install your Docker. So once you install the Docker, it will create a Docker engine. And it will create a Docker daemon. Okay, so what is the Docker engine? What is a daemon? Docker engine is nothing but entire containerization process you call you're going to do with any engine only. So nothing but container engine. So entire Docker, Docker like that, works as a kind of this engine works as the entire thing. So what are the process of Docker engine doing that you call the Docker daemon? What are the processes you're doing? Like suppose Docker daemon works as a processor. Okay, suppose you creating a container, what it will do, it will, so who going to create a container? You just ask to, hey, create container. You just provide instruction to create a container. So in the background, it treated that Docker daemon is creating container. Okay, you're providing instructions to the Docker daemon, and Docker daemon is creating the container for you in the background. That's the way it will take that as a daemon actually. So every process comes as a Docker daemon. So like they call it as a daemon processes. Okay.
Hi Siva.
Then what is
Yes.
the work of engine then?
Entire thing is the engine. Like whatever you software is called, right? Like you creating that as an engine. So Docker is providing entire tool as an engine only.
Okay, okay.
Siva, go to the
process we created are called Docker daemon, correct? Any process.
What are the instructions you're providing it to the Docker? It is being executing by the Docker daemon.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
Sudo adapt install docker io -y is the command is for the Linux also or the only for?
No, if it goes to the Linux again, it will change it from sudo yum install docker.io.
Okay, thank you so much.
So because you won't have apt package in your Linux, it is Ubuntu package. So this is the yum package.
Okay.
How I make sure that my Docker has been installed? Use docker -version. Sorry, it's -.
Docker -version.
If I see Docker -version, it says like what happened if you use Ubuntu user while you can utilize, no worries, but only thing permission issues like a socket permission issues you will get, but you have to add that. Okay, and I'll show you that. See, I installed that as a root user. Now I'm an Ubuntu user. Let me show you for one small example for you. Okay, I'm using Docker images. See, it says permission to init error because whatever the Ubuntu when you installing it from the Docker daemon, see, it says like Docker daemon socket at Unix, and this is the level it is saying like it have a permission to init issues. So you have to fix this by sending like what are the current user you are using. It has to be in the Docker group. Okay, it has to be in the Docker group. So once you add it into the Docker group, this permission issues will go out. Not only this thing. If you have any user encountering permission issues with your Docker, okay, with a Docker daemon socket, you have to add as the Docker will have a Docker group. Docker generated a group called Docker itself. Now you have to add your user to that particular group. I'll show you the command what it has to sudo user mod modification user mod -a attribute and group name Docker. Group name Docker and current user to use capital letters. So now it will be added into that particular group. The current user has been added to this particular Docker group. Okay, now again you have to do reboot.
Siva, this command is also clarified in the note, please.
Yeah.
What do you mean by AG and
attribute group?
Yeah.
I just rebooted it. So it will take 2 to 3 minutes to do that.
So what we did here, sudo user mod AG Docker user. Have we created a user or what?
I just ask it to the current user. Here you can see that's a $user I gave, right?
Yes.
That's it.
$user is represented to our
current
user. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
After that, I just rebooted to apply the changes. The same thing again. I'm showing you here. I'm using Docker images. See, this time I didn't get any permission denied issues. Okay. After I added the current user, suppose if I take a different user again, I'll get the same pocket issues. I'll get this similar kind of issues. So now what we have to do, we have to change the permissions to Docker group. So that is again lengthy process that you have to do like a little bit lengthy process over there. That's the reason I'm going on independently changing this. Okay. So this is a way of installation of your these things. And once you saw like Docker version, right? Docker -- version, you have it, right? Here you can see Docker version is 20.10 this thing and building on this Ubuntu. Okay. Here also one more command you have to use, Docker info. So Docker info, if you gave this thing, it gave you like entire details of the Docker. So suppose if you see here, so clients contest false like a server content, how many containers you have been there and how many running, how many stopped, how many these things, how many images you have, server version, storage driver, and local CZ group driver and plugins, any of these things. If you have any volumes, anything you have, and any security options you have, any kernel versions you have. So whatnot, it provide you entire details of your Docker. So like it provide you entire details of Docker in it these things. Okay, so like here you can see that a few things has been SWAM as inactive and where it has been container ID dot runtime, kernel versions, how many CPUs, how much CPU, how much memory you have, what is the IP addresses you are running on these things, Docker root directory, where Docker has been there, where lib Docker. So you have all the details is required for your Docker, whatever the Docker has been consuming your information, that entire thing you can see here. Okay, entire details you can see here by using Docker info. Okay, and now you say like Docker has been created, Docker has been installed, and Docker has been there. And as I told, right, like Docker is contains full of images. Now, how can I see what images I have over there? Docker, just use images. So it shows like I presently I don't have any images, and here it shows the repository, some tags, image ID, and created and size. But like you said, some kind of base images you will have. So even I don't know how to create image as of now. How can I create an image? All those things. Now even yourself you don't have any images at all. How can I get the images? Docker maintained most of the public-based images in a kind of hub, kind of GitHub. How GitHub is source coding, Artifactory Hub is been using like your packages kind of thing. A similar manner, Docker also maintaining Docker Hub. Docker maintaining hub, Docker Hub. Okay, this is a Docker Hub called container registry. Mean to say container registry. Mean to say all the images, like what are the images you have? Most of the images been available here. If you see here, so this is the dockerhub.io. So here you have to register yourself. It's very plain. You have username, email, and password. You won't have much things. Once you created, your account will be created here. And here you have a Docker Hub. Okay, here you can search for any of the image, or you can use Explore. Here you have images. In the trusted content also, we have 3 types. One is Docker official images, mean to say that is certified images, mean to say these images is been provided by the Docker officially. Okay, Docker officially. And if you see, if I click this thing, you can see here. Okay, see, this is one, like, let me show you like this thing. So this is a Docker official image. Okay, and but it is maintained by the Nathaniel Copra, but it is a official image of the Docker. So Docker has been used, making this as an official image. Similarly, you have verified publishers. So see here, this is a one image Datadog has been providing by the Datadog company. So here, this is by the Datadog company. This is by Grafana Labs. So like this, you know, they have like many companies has been providing their own. So suppose this is a from Amazon. So these things, right? Like they're verifying their publishers. Yes, these are coming from the AWS company itself. So they're marking that as a verified publisher. They're verifying that as a one of the verified publishers. And some sponsored voices, like if any sponsorship, like okay, suppose I'm providing sponsorship, you to prepare one image, so you're preparing that and you're giving that as a one of the sponsor image by, see, suppose Istio. This is a proxy v2 which is created by the Istio, but Istio is getting some sponsor from open source kind of things. Okay, it's just a Fluentd. Fluentd is also kind of open source project. It is also getting a sponsored voices only. So these are the different types of images we have. Okay. So if you click on the Docker official images, here it provides you, see, suppose like if you remove here, you have around more than 10,000 of images. These are all only public images. These are all only public images. If you require to see the private images, you can't see, like you have to log in, you have to have a permission to that one, else you can't see. Like in private itself, you have public itself, you have more than 10,000 plus images available for each and everything. So if you see official images, certain images, and verified publishers are images, and sponsors of images, certain kind of these things. There are different types of distributed types of images you have, but these are all, you know, images has been presented here. Okay, so you said nice, so I could see that images. Now how can I bring this image into my local? Suppose I'll look for the Ubuntu. I look for the Ubuntu. Ubuntu, I have a Docker official image. Okay, I want to create a Ubuntu container. I want to have a Ubuntu container something. So now maybe there is a one possibility I require to have Ubuntu in my local. How can I get that one? See here they told if I go to this Ubuntu, this is also from the Conical and TNN. This is the Debian developers. They have maintained this image and they gave you kind of instructions how to you get this image into your local by using Docker pull Ubuntu. It can be, but how like you said it is a Docker hub, but I have Docker. How this configuration, how that mapping between from Docker hub to your Docker engine, how this mapping will be there.
And
So
how we can know that what version it will download? Because it is just written, it is Ubuntu, Ubuntu 18 or Ubuntu 20. How we can know? It will just pull that Ubuntu image as the command. So Docker pull Ubuntu.
okay.
Is there any way we can download
Let me give me
yeah
to further, then I can explain you. Okay, so like how first thing I have to see mapping, like suppose even take this consideration, you have some kind of thing over there, and how you see your docker.io or like Docker engine, whatever you have, and how your Docker hub has been mapping. So they defaultly it has been connecting, they're giving that default registry access to the Docker hub. So when you provided, when you gave an image in your Docker hub, when you gave image name in your what you have in your Docker engine, okay, it defaultly connected to the Docker hub registry. Okay, it defaultly connected to the Docker hub registry only. If image was not found in the local, if you have 10 images in your local and you're trying looking for the 11th image, if that image is not there in the local, it will directly come here into the Docker hub. And if it find to any same image name, it find anything, it will directly try to install that one. It's mean to say try to pulling into your local actually. Okay, so now for the question, right? Like say you said it is Ubuntu. I don't want to have a simple Ubuntu. I want to have a versions.
Yes.
For that versions, they created that as a tags. They come up with a concept called a tags. Here you can see the tags of this thing. You can name of any tag here. You can name of any tag here. That particular version will be generated. If you gave the tag as 23.04, you are getting the 23 version. If you're using 20.04, you're getting the 20th version. So you have to provide the tag. So, but previously here, they told it as the Docker pull image. They didn't provide you any tag here. Then how come I have to understand what tag if I gave Docker pull directly Ubuntu? So that's the reason they gave a tag name as a latest. A tag name itself as a latest. Okay, here you can see this. Okay, even you have 22.10 and 23.04 also. They point out to the multiple. They pointed to the same version as a multiple tags. Here you can see this is a tag name they provided as the latest, and it's been pointed to the 22.0 version. If you not provided any tag over there, it automatically take whatever the latest you have here. What is the latest tag name you have? That thing it will be pulling into your local. Or if you don't know, I don't want to give like a 22.04, I want to have 22.0.110. So you have to provide that image, the image with a tag name. So that tag is very, very highly like, impacted area here in this thing. You have to, without a tag, you can't do anything here. Every image has to be with a tag. Even if you forget to mention any of the tag to your image, it will take that as a latest as a one of the tag name. Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
One of the tag name. So suppose here, as they told, okay, let me show you that. So the other problem with this thing, like, if you're not using like continuously for 10 minutes, it will goes. Again, you have to reboot. It will ask it like this thing. That is one of the problem with this particular thing, because it's also portable version. It is not no full version actually. So now I'm using Docker images. I don't have any images, but what they mention over there, Docker pull Ubuntu. I'm also trying the same thing. I'm also trying the same thing. See what is the default tag it is taken?
Yeah, latest.
Tag name as latest. Here now, previously here I don't have any detail. Here I have Ubuntu. I can say tag as latest and image ID created by 2 weeks back and size is 27.08. No, I don't know what is the latest tag. No, I'm not happy with that. I want to have 22.10. You have to give that semicolon and you have to give this thing and you have to enter. Now what it shows for you?
Yes. Two version of Windows. Yeah.
So size is also changes and created is also very these things. So you have to make sure what tag you have to provide while you giving the image. That is very cautious. If you not provided anything, it automatically delete. It automatically detect latest as one of the tag name. So now I created. I got it up 2 images in my local, 2 different images, but both are Ubuntu only. But what I can see different versions on that. So now I don't want these things. I want to remove images. How can I remove the images? A simple Docker RMI remove images. RMI remove images, and you have to provide image ID or image with a tag. Anything both can be worked. I just gave here. It is one thing, and other thing I can use Docker RMI. I can use Ubuntu and 22.10. Either any of the case, you can any of the way you can delete. You can delete this thing Docker RMI. I can say image name with the tag. Okay, so this is how we can pull images from your Docker Hub to the local. But see here, I didn't mention any of the thing like it required to connect to the Docker Hub something. It directly gave me entire thing. Like when I use the Docker pull, it automatically pointed to the Docker Hub. That's the default they provided. That is a container registry for your Docker engine. So any questions here?
No, from my end, no.
No. From my end, no.
Siva, I have a question here. So we got this Ubuntu from EC2, correct? So again, we have pulled the image of Ubuntu on top of Ubuntu with the help of Docker pull. So
Okay.
what are we trying to, achieve? I was confused here.
I saw an image available. I took that one. Maybe I can take different image. Why there is no point of that Ubuntu, this Ubuntu. There is no point of comparing both. But this thing is right. Like whatever, I just took an image. That's it.
No, but yeah, I understand. So okay, leave about Ubuntu image. I saw some different other like DB2 or I saw some other databases as well as they are images of those databases.
Yes.
So, what is the step after, pulling the image of those softwares?
No, we will see. That is what you're learning now.
Knowledge I thought to ask.
Okay. No, actually, what we have to do it right. It's a simple thing. Suppose in the jar file you remember, right? What are the jar file or var file we creating? Like how you will. I hope you able to saw that Docker that var file. Hope. How you able to say that? How you able to run that var file?
You need JDK.
Yeah, that time I don't remember that
from jar manage jar.
Okay.
Java manage jar.
Yeah, that it can be started. It can be run your application.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Let me show you a simple thing. Like, do you guys are good with are you guys gone with the Tomcat?
Yes, sir.
No. Okay. I have little bit of idea, but no.
Okay, you can deploy the war file under the Tomcat, right?
Exactly.
Okay. The deploy options, you can go to deploy option and you can import the war file and you can directly deploy on it. Or you can copy the war file and go to the deployment directory and paste it.
So basically, these are some ways to install through the Docker. Is that the what I am understanding?
If you guys leave, let me go with that, right? Just
Yeah,
give
sure.
me, okay.
Sorry.
Tomcat is working. I think you can check it. Restart again.
I think 100. Hey, no, it is
You
different.
can check config. Yes, IP address.
Yep.
Go to open another CMD.
192. Yeah.
184.
184.
0.184.
And 1 is replaced by 0.
0.1.
Yes, I think it's working.
So this is a Tomcat server.
Yes.
Okay, now how can I open my var file? So for the Tomcat, Tomcat contains a kind of a specific folder called web apps. Let me show you. If I go to the program files here,
Yes.
if I go to the Apache Software Foundation, this is a Tomcat which I have. Here you have a folder called web apps. So all your web-related applications, you have to place here. This is the Kanziki 1.1 I place here. This is a var file which we usually generated with our GamoCart. Okay. Now let me see what it contains. This thing. Like, okay, let me go and see like what it is. I just try to copy the same. Here I'm just providing, just a / and the package name. What are the package name I have?
Forward or backward?
Yeah, it is anyway take a /. Okay.
Yes.
So this is the application I'm telling it GamoCart, right? This is what it contains, a GamoCart. When I plan to start, DevOps training, I just thought of, okay, why can't I created a page? Why can't I created a website for me? So I thought of created that. I just tried to create this web application. So if I require now, I have var file is there in my local for a long time, but I can't see this thing unless if I have a web server like a Tomcat. Okay, I required a kind of web server called Tomcat, which helped me to run my application. Okay, now this is the website. I'm hosting a website with the help of a Tomcat. Okay, so similar manner, if my application, if like I have a var file, if I have a var package has been created and I want to host my application through the container. So now how container, if I not have Tomcat, how my container can run? How my application can come, even if I simply having this var file, it won't run that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that time I required a Tomcat web application. Am I right? So now what I'll do, I'll create an image where I have a Tomcat and where I have a var file that is also placing in directly web apps. If I directly use this path like this thing, I can directly get whatever my application. I'm deploying that application through the Tomcat web server, but all these things I'm doing inside of my container. So if I require to do all those things, I have to pack all those things. Like I have to pack now container, like I have to Tomcat, and now I have to pack my this thing instruction, like my var file, and copy that var file into the web apps folder. These are all the instructions I have to pass it to the Docker, and I'm creating a custom image. On the top of that custom image, I'm creating the containers. So now every container, what are the containers I'm creating, that it will have hosted the Tomcat application, or it hosted Tomcat with my web application. Directly I can get my web application. So this is this is the same activity you're doing replicated into your into your regular Docker, containers.
So that's the reason you call it as a package manager. So now what you have to package, or the same thing, what you have to package, now you are required to have a Tomcat and required to have a web jar file. These two you coming clubbing and copying the var file, what are the var file has been created over there, you're copying over there. But just in case you don't have a var, and also you have to create a var, right? For Tomcat required to, if required Tomcat required to run, you require Java. You require Java. Now Java is need to be there and Tomcat need to be there. And on the top of that, I have to have a var file. If var file has been creating from there, that is okay. If not, I have to copy the var file from somewhere and I have to place in the web folder of the Tomcat. Then only my application can run. So these are all the concepts we are integrating with the Docker custom image creation policy. And with that, I'm creating the containers. That container runs this application, same thing. So ultimately, this is what I have to expectation. My expectation, I have to get these things. Similar manner, if I use any of the image, if I use this IP address of my Docker container or like what EC2 instances with the same port which I'm using, I have to get this thing. To get the same thing only. That is how I can say my application is running in a web server. This is a web application running on web server. So you're going to do the replication of the same policy with your Docker containers. And even not only this thing, even in Kubernetes also, you're going to do the same thing. You're creating the images matters. So you're creating the images in the Docker and deploying that in the platform, you're going on the Kubernetes. That's it. It's not something kind of, you are building an entire these things.
So basically from Docker Hub, we can get all these requirements and build the same instead of having it separately. That is what.
Exactly. That is what you are going to do that as a package things.
Okay.
Why I have to do that one? See, what is the use if I'm doing that one? Why are you already say like I have installed in my local. So one of the reason, right? Like someone is telling like, it will point out to the same configuration every time. What is one of the benefit of the container, right? Like it's already someone told, but I thought of, okay, I'll take it up that in the next further things. But anyway, the situation came, I'll tell you. So why, like, what is the best advantage of a containers? As the 90s people, right? Like, in very initial time, I work on the Java. That time, like I usually created var file. It's kind of website application only. I usually created var files by using servlets. I create JSP pages, all those things. And you know how I can send the same var files to the testing? How I can send the var file to the, I won't we were testing team won't created var files. They ask Shiva, what is, give me your latest code. We will test on that one. So what I'll do, I create a SharePoint for this thing, dev server. In the dev server, I place what are the var files has been created from my coding, and I'll place the same thing to them. And testing team test that one, say Shiva, yes, your var file looks good, and promoting that to the UAT. Same var file, they take that to the further things. Okay, suppose there is a use case. I've installed I've installed kind of Java 11 in my I started working this project for almost 6 months back. I'm using just consider Ubuntu. I'm using 22.04. Now 22.10 came up the version, but testing team started activities. Default they created a kind of 22.10. But in my local, I have 22.04. There is a one feature lacking on that. And due to that reason, some kind of issues encountered. I said, no, it is working in my local. I can show you, like, come and see, it is working properly in my local system. And testing team say, it's not working in my local system. If you see, if you're able to backtrack why it is not happening, due to the version mismatches. Due to the version mismatches, the configuration mismatches, these things will be quite a common fight usually happen between developers and testing team. Okay, they say it is working in my local PC. No, it is not working in dev server. It is not working in the test server. You will get encounter a lot of these things. So to avoid that situations, you're going to create containers. So now itself, whenever you run a container creating you for what are the version you want to have. Even in my local, if I give the same container, I'll get the same version. If you created a container with the same, you'll get the same version. So what are the image you're taking, it will create the same configuration wherever you are on, whether you are on dev server, where you're on the UAT server, wherever you are, if you run the same container, you will have a same infrastructure provision for across all the environments. That is one of the best use case for your Docker container. Okay.
Okay.
Shiva,
Yes.
can I ask you one question? Regarding your project, how you are using Docker in real time in your project? Any short example you can you provide? Day-to-day routine, how you are using
So for
Docker?
a simple thing, like we will create a base
How you are
images.
getting work on Docker? What are the tasks you are getting in your
It's a
project?
part of daily activity. So simple thing, like suppose I have recently deployed even today morning, like yesterday we are doing the Big Bang release. So today morning I slept at 4 o'clock. I went to sleep at 4 o'clock only, early morning. And like what we're doing here, we created like first as of my team responsibility to create base images. So suppose team want to have Jenkins, team want to have like Java. So what my team DevOps team do, we will create a base images and we will scan that images and we will see any vulnerability of that image, just images. Okay, now application team, okay, they want to have a Java. And now application team says, okay, Shiva, this is the var package I have. And now you create a Docker image. I'll go to that. I'll create a Docker file, which is the instructions we are passing it to create a Docker image. And that Docker file creation is also our responsibility. After that, it creating that Docker image. That Docker image is uploading into the one of the private registry. Now Docker Hub, we use a different private registry, like that we called it as like a Quay. Let me show you. So this is a kind of similar like a Docker Hub. This is about private repositories, but it's providing by the Red Hat. Okay, it is providing by the Red Hat. So we are using this thing, and all the what are the images has been created. All the images will be here. Okay. So most of the daily task activities like updating this vulnerabilities of the images, any images, are creating the new images. Someone says, hey Shiva, my application required to have like Java was 17 only. No, Shiva, I want to have a Java with a JSP is also required to that. I am required to servlets in there. So, my activity to create a custom images and to create a base images. Base images mean to say, like most of the times it will be the software related activities. Custom image related mean to say it is most on the application related. So that is the activity we do. Like we will assign one specific engineer that is purely work on the Docker, and he'll make sure that in every of the base images has been up to date. Because I have to have a latest things, and even we have to support for the multiple application teams. We will make sure that applications have a proper base images been providing, and also creating these things. So that's how we will actually do that. And also we integrate Docker with the Jenkins. So we will run the pipelines for the images creation and pushing that images into the Docker Hub. We won't do anything manually. Everything we will do by the Jenkins only.
So Shiva, you wrote Docker's file as well?
We have to. That's a very common day-to-day activity. Jenkins file writing and Docker file is writing is it's kind of very common responsibility to us.
So Shiva, just addition of one question to that Kubernetes and Docker both are containerization tools. So
no.
Kubernetes is
no.
Kubernetes container orchestration tool means it has a better advantage as compared to Docker. So
no, you're comparing. You're wrong comparison.
Okay.
That is a wrong comparison. See, Kubernetes is a Kubernetes is nothing but container orchestration tool. Docker is nothing but container creation tool. Okay, Kubernetes requires Docker to create a containers. Kubernetes required a Docker, a kind of container runtime. It required to have a container engine to run these things. Without container engine or without this thing, Kubernetes cannot work.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the use you are going to see that Kubernetes works as a platform kind of thing? Mean to say you are like multiple container creations, multiple options on that, multiple strategies you'll have, and like an efficiency way of using, and backup recovery, all those things, high availability, scalability, all those things. You have a lot of features with Kubernetes, but those are all not there in
Docker. Docker is a simple like a containerization tool. It helps you to create container. That's it. But Kubernetes, how are you going to manage that container and how that traffic can be routed to that content. Everything will be taken care of the Kubernetes. Okay. Any questions?
So Shiva, Docker Swarm is also different from Docker, right? Docker Swarm.
Yeah, Docker Swarm is also kind of one of the future in the Docker. As in info, I showed you like Docker Swarm is inactive. That is one of the future for the Docker. So what they done, right? Like they want to, so initially they plan to replicate Kubernetes. What are the Kubernetes they have? They want to replicate, but they, small part of Kubernetes, they replicated and they call it as a Docker Swarm.
Sure, one question, maybe it will be early to ask. So like as a testing team you mentioned, now testing team has run automation suite. Now they want to pick the latest code or the as a WAR file in this case, and they need to deploy in the servers, and then they need to run their pipelines to run the scripts, automation scripts. So
I'll tell you. So are you looking into the code? Or are you looking into the application? Are you testing on the application, right?
Application, yeah.
Okay, so what you have to do, Shiva, like I'm sending this, as I'm telling, hey buddy, I'm sending this code to the testing. So what I'll do, I'll create a container and I'll give you the container. I'll create a container and the path, like the IP address, like the path, what are the path I have, right? I'll give you that. So that contains your application. So what are the code you're running on that one. That's it. Very simple. I'm not required to provide you WAR file. I'm not required to provide you test suites. I'm not required to provide you all these things. I can provide you these things. Now your responsibility to integrate that those things. Or if you want to have no, you don't want to have like this thing, you can take a WAR file also. Like you can directly take the WAR file. But usually you creating container and going on the containers like alignments, how the alignments has been happening and how the load has been happening. You take it up that or you're checking that directly deployed application, not on the WAR file. So you taking that WAR file and deploying into your local test suites and configuring that. It's not something like thing that and all, right? Like most of the times it will be goes with the Jenkins. So you have a BDD, right? Like you're using a test suite NZ and directly do all those very minor testing kind of things will be happen directly with these things like Selenium, all those things you can do automated with the Jenkins. But for the functionality testing, for the regression testing or integration testing part of things, you going to do it in application basis, not on the WAR files with the locals.
Okay, so I mean, what I was trying to ask that, I mean, we will create an image, right? Or the DevOps team will create an image.
Yes.
And that like even with the Docker, and from Docker, our where the image get stored, the automation script should run. I mean, a complete pipeline creation, deployment, image creation, and
yeah, that's what I'll do. Like I'll deploy that into the your testing environment. I have a dev server, I have test server, right? I'll deploy that into the test server.
Mm-hmm.
So my test server have a latest containers, and I'm running the code from the I'm running the application from the test server only. See, suppose I have 4 servers: dev server, test server, UAT server, pre-prod server. You good with that?
Yes.
Okay. So now I created an image. I'm deployed that image into the dev server and UAT test server.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mean to say now I can run a container. Container is running on this particular server. I mean to say there is application is already running over there. You can utilize that application path directly from your test server itself.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have application and you can do the testing, right?
Yes.
You're not required a WAR file and you have to copy that into your test suites and run that one. Those and all not required. Are not not going to work out in with the DevOps actually.
Okay. I mean, yeah, the same thing we do. Like we have an environment where we just have a freestyle freestyle project and we run our scripts. Now, if you want to do it through a pipeline, I mean, as a DevOps I'm talking. So we'll deploy the image. The testing team will create all this script. Once the image get deployed, the test scripts need to get triggered as all on the push or on the regular source. I mean, on the cron jobs.
Mm-hmm.
So that end-to-end process will be decided by the DevOps engineer, or DevOps
No, we will work with C. Suppose if you have like BDD testing case, I don't know what test cases you have to have and what test suits you have to have, right? So I'll work with you, and that particular stage I'll take your help. Say like, okay, how I have to do that. I'll take your help from any automation testing team, and how like I have to provide the value, how I have to provide this, like suppose the test cases, whether I'm providing it as an Excel sheet, how I have to provide. If I'm taking like a WebDriver as a Chrome required to be present in that particular image. So there are a lot of activities we have to keep it for the application. So those all we will work with our test automation team for achieving that particular stage. But running those things and all will be taken care by that team. But creation of that particular stage, we will take help from the testing team.
Yes, the creation of the pipeline, right? The entire
yeah, pipeline stage, yes.
Okay. Yes, that will see further, right? Like this image Docker deployment.
No, yeah, like everything. Like, see, further things like we will take it up for some kind of activities only. We will take a testing team help on there, because we don't know what testing team has to do over there, right? So that's the reason we will design the step to be act as like proper configuration for the testing with help of testing team.
Yeah, got it. So even as part of our course, we will see the Jenkins and the Docker integration, right? Like tool thing.
Like even I gave Gamocat pipeline, right? There is itself you have a Docker and kind of Jenkins file with a Docker. You can directly see now as well how it has been integrated with Jenkins and what is the Jenkins file code for the Docker file integration. Also, you can see there.
Okay. Thanks, Ivan.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
Can you explain me the life cycle of Docker container?
Life cycle of the Docker container, like Docker container is very minor, like a very what I can say, very minor life cycle, sir. Simple, like you creating a Docker container, and after the Docker container activities, you deleting the Docker container. So in meanwhile, there is no life cycle for like a container contains. This is because of this container is very small on that one. So, but they have like a little bit, what I can see, maintenances of the Docker container, like it has some like a little bit phases with that. So while we discussing, I'll tell you like how we are managing those things. But moreover, Docker container won't have a bigger life cycle, sir.
Okay.
Shiva, suppose I have one application. I want to test that application into different environment. Like I have created number of container, one for Ubuntu or others for Windows. So how someone can access that container for testing the my application, same application into two different container?
So how you deploy that application with the container? So do you deploying that is in like there are like a lot of things you have to learn over there. So how your application was able to access how you are like exposing your application to the internet, that matters. If an application you maintaining that as internal thing, so like how local host now, like how we gave the local host kind of thing. The same thing if you deploy with this your container, like if I'm taking that the public IP and exposing things is a matters here. Okay, now whichever I'm using like a local host won't have a public IP to set it up this thing. But if you use EC2 instances, I can have a public IP and I can expose my container to the outside of to connect with the internet, and I can provide the IP of that. I can provide the link for that particular application through public IP of that. Or else if you have a private IP, if you're not able to do that one, you cannot do.
Container itself not having any ID, like you said now, the one ID is there, container ID, you copy and paste previously.
Tomcat, yes.
Okay.
If you're not there, you can't run your web application, right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so most probably you will receive a calls for that tomorrow. After maybe everything settled, I can take a tomorrow class, or else it's a final goodbye for you.
Shiva, one question I have.
Okay.
Yeah, what is the difference between the image file and the jar file?
What is the differences between jar file and
image file?
Image file. Say image or image. I didn't understand, sir, the question.
Means what is the difference between image and the jar file?
Jar file is a package. Image is also kind of a package only. It's a package manager. I mean to say you have more things than the package. So you can create, you can have an image, anything, any of the image you can have. But jar is a specific like an application package. But image is not like that. Either you can take a OS as an image, you can take like web application as image, you can take web server as an image, a database server as an image, everything you can take an image. But jar package is only purely an application related package. But the connectivity, if you ask like about images and the jar file, you're going to copy the jar file into the images.
Got it. Thank you.
See you guys. Thank you.